Chapter 2358. What? A low-level Radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core is actually going to be the protector of the final candidate. How is this possible? Chong Yang only has a one-colored soul core. How can he take on such a heavy responsibility with such a weak cultivation? Unbelievable. He's actually going to get a low-level disciple with a one-colored soul core to be the protector of a candidate with a four-colored soul core. Just who is going to be the protector of who? This is unprecedented. This really is unprecedented. Throughout history, both protectors and retainers have always been the divine king of light. This is the first time someone with a one-colored soul core has taken on such a heavy responsibility. The divine king of light on the square fell into an uproar when Elder Mu Zhong announced the list. At that moment, all of them were stunned by this outcome. The vice leader must have spoken. It looks like the relationship between Chong Yang and the vice leader isn't as simple as it seems. It can't be helped. Who told Chong Yang to have the vice leader's support? And its vice leader Xian Zhan. Although the retainers of chosen saints have always been divine kings throughout history, the Radiant Saint Hall has never made a clear rule that only a divine king can become the retainer or protector of a candidate. As a result, appointing a low-level disciple with a one-colored soul core to be the protector does not go against the Sacred Hall's rules. The many divine kings of light whispered to one another, engaging in an intense discussion through communication techniques. Even though the huge square seemed peaceful on the surface, to the point where even the drop of a pin could be heard, the divine kings of light gathered there were in an uproar. Their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with mixed feelings. There was envy and jealousy. The authoritative elders on the stage fell silent as well. They all looked at Jianchen with extremely mixed feelings. They could naturally sense that Elder Mu Zhong had changed his mind in the end, because he had received orders from above. Even though none of them were optimistic about this, none of them dared to object, including Elder Mu Zhong. None of them dared to voice their displeasure. This was because they understood in their hearts that the orders that Elder Mu Zhong had received had most likely come from Deputy Hall Chief Xian Zhan. Forget about the fact that they, as elders, had no right to object to Deputy Hall Chief Xian Zhan's decision. Even the other 7 Deputy Hall Chiefs had to give him some face. Vice Leader Xian Zhan values Chong Yang far more than I expected. Yan Shui, this is an opportunity for you. If you can establish a connection with Vice Leader Xian Zhan through Chong Yang, you'll benefit immeasurably in the future. Mu Shui's master said to Donglin Yan Shui secretly. At that moment, she no longer dared to underestimate Chong Yang, who only had a one-colored soul core. Donglin Yan Shui stood in the ring. She stared at the ordinary-looking Chong Yang in the crowd with some mixed feelings. She remained silent. How is this possible? To one side, Jianchen, who also stood in the crowd, was completely dumbfounded. Bai Yu, who stood beside Jianchen, was stunned by this outcome as well. Her mouth hung agape as disbelief filled her face. I now announce that the competition between the chosen saints has officially begun. The 5 candidates and all protectors are to enter the ring immediately. Elder Mu Zhong's voice rang out again at this moment. Hearing this, the other 4 prospective holy sons and dozens of Dao protectors immediately flew onto the arena. Junior sister, I'll be going up first, Jianchen said to Bai Yu before controlling his radiant saint force and entering the ring under the envious gazes of the divine king. Soon, more than 40 guardians were led by their respective prospective holy sons and stood in 5 different camps. However, all of their gazes would sweep past Jianchen, whether intentionally or not. Apart from the 5 candidates, everyone else on the ring was either a divine king or an elder. Jianchen stood there with a mere one-colored soul core. He really was a little out of the ordinary. Elder Mu Zhong stared at everyone with shining eyes and said, "Next, all of you will be sent into a miniature world. There are various vicious beasts in the miniature world, and the strongest among them are at the late divine king. Your mission as protectors is to ensure the safety of the candidates in there. Afterwards, Elder Mu Zhong's gaze landed on the 5 candidates. He said, "As for the 5 of you, your mission is to search for radiant origin pearls in the miniature world. The radiant origin pearls are extremely special. They form naturally in the Tower of Radiance, so they cannot be sensed with the senses of the soul. Only those with extremely great talent and extremely close to radiant saint force will be able to sense their existence within a certain range. This round is extremely important to all of you. Only the 2 people who obtain the most radiant origin pearls in the end will be able to continue to the next round. The remaining 3 will be directly eliminated. Remember, the duration of this round is a year. During this time, the 5 of you are forbidden from engaging in battles to the death, or you will lose your right to compete for the position of chosen saint." Towards the end, Elder Mu Zhong's voice became extremely stern. Afterwards, Elder Mu Zhong took out an ancient seal. As soon as the ancient seal appeared, it immediately gave off a powerful pulse of energy. It was mixed with the power of space, which interfered with the operation of the surrounding space. Elder Mu Zhong swung the ancient seal at the sky, and immediately, the space above the ring pulsed violently. A huge space gate slowly formed. This miniature world is called the world of Moon and Star. In order to prevent overly powerful beasts from appearing, Elder He Tian will travel with you. Now, all participants, enter the world of Moon and Star immediately. With that, the 5 candidates and 45 protectors all rose into the air with radiant saint force behind the 5 candidates, charging into the space gate. As soon as Jianshan set foot in the world of Moon and Star, he discovered that he and everyone else stood on a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain seemed to have been shaved off, so there was only a small platform at the top. Jianshan closed his eyes gently. He could clearly sense that the laws of the world here were not complete. The entire world was much weaker than the saints' world. Chapter 2359. Welcome to the world of Moon and Star. The world of Moon and Star is a medium-sized miniature world where yin, yang, and the 5 elements are incomplete. The reason why it's called the world of Moon and Star is because there's only a single star and a single moon. There's no sun. Just as everyone stared at the world of Moon and Star curiously, an old voice rang out from up ahead. A bald old man was sitting cross-legged in front of the crowd. The old man had an ordinary appearance, but he was abnormally thin. Even though he was wrapped in a large white robe, everyone could still see his thin and frail body. Greetings to Elder He Tian. Yen Shui, Jianshan, Xen Bin, Dun, and Shurda all bowed politely when they saw the old man. Many of the divine king present did not know the old man's true identity, but the 5 candidates had the right to enter the sacred hall, so they came into contact with many elders. As a result, they recognized many of the elders. The protectors standing behind the 5 quasi-saints bowed respectfully after learning of the old man's identity. Elder He Tian waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. There's no need for such formalities. I'll give you a detailed explanation of the situation of the world of Moon and Star now." Elder He Tian paused before continuing. Even though the world of Moon and Star is a medium-sized world, it's extremely vast. Even with the senses of my soul, I can only envelop a 10th of the world of Moon and Star. A few vicious beasts live in the world of Moon and Star. Due to the special environment of the world of Moon and Star, the mental development of these vicious beasts is very low. As a matter of fact, even though many of the vicious beasts possess great strength, they still do not possess intelligence. They only act on instinct. Before you came here, the Hall Elders had already purged the vicious beasts of the world of Moon and Star, slaying all the primordial realm beasts. As a result, the strongest of the vicious beasts that remain are only late Divine King. You 5 prospective Holy Sons will each have one of these tokens. Once you are faced with a life or death crisis, activate this token immediately. Within the realm of Moon and Star, no matter how far away they were, Old Man could instantly sense the location of the token and come to their rescue. However, once this token is activated, it means that you have already lost the qualifications to compete for the position of saint. Alright, I've said what I need to say. Now, you can act on your own. How many origin pearls you can find in the end will depend on your own luck. The gate to the world of moon and star will only open in a year's time. At that time, you can just gather here. Elder Hetien, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, did not move at all. He gave a serious order to the crowd, then waved his hand and dismissed them. Afterwards, the 5 candidates left the mountain peak with their respective protectors. They did not travel in groups. Instead, they each chose a direction and sped off. Even though there were many vicious beasts on par with the Divine King in the world of moon and star, the candidates did not show any fear at all. This was because there were many Divine King among their protectors, and they were all powerful hallowed saint masters who were known to be unmatched at the same level. With so many hallowed saint masters with them, they were confident that they could even put up a fight against peak Divine King vicious beasts. Chong Yang, you're the weakest. Remember, you can't run around recklessly here. You can't deal with any vicious beast that appears here. At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui suddenly turned around and said to Jianchen. She looked at Jianchen's ordinary face with her dark, beautiful eyes, and an undetectable sliver of mixed feelings appeared. Ever since she first met Jianchen at the moon's reflection lake, the feeling that Jianchen gave Donglin Yen Shui was that of confidence, maturity, and steadiness. He possessed a calmness where he could remain unfazed even if the sky collapsed. His bearing was completely different from the so-called prodigies she usually saw. Moreover, whenever she saw Jianchen, Jianchen's gaze towards her would always be as calm as water. It was completely different from the radiant saint masters who pursued her. As a result, Donglin Yen Shui believed that Jianchen had approached her proactively and offered up a precious pure soul just to enter the Tower of Radiance. After all, the Tower of Radiance was a holy land that all radiant saint masters yearned for. As a radiant saint master, Jianchen's yearning for the Tower of Radiance could not be any more normal. However, ever since Jianchen took out Vice Leader Xianzhan's medallion, Donglin Yen Shui began to doubt Jianchen's intentions for approaching her. Coupled with the explanation from her master, Mu Shui, basically made Donglin Yen Shui believe her master's words completely. With the Vice Leader's medallion, obtaining a spot to enter the Tower of Radiance was nothing difficult at all. However, why did Jianchen offer up a pure soul and go through so much trouble to become her protector? After all, she was only one of the 5 candidates. Even Donglin Yen Shui was not confident that she could successfully become the chosen saint in the end. However, Jianchen knew this, yet he still insisted on doing so. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell with a single glance that he was purposefully approaching Donglin Yen Shui. Jianchen rubbed his nose when he heard what Donglin Yen Shui said. He had no idea how to react. He had never thought that he would actually end up being protected by someone who was equivalent to a deity. However, Donglin Yen Shui did not look at Jianchen for too long. She looked away rather indifferently. After confirming that Jianchen was purposefully approaching her, her heart became rather cold in a single moment. The distance between her and Jianchen unknowingly grew further and further. This was because she found Jianchen's actions very repulsive. Jianchen's various unusual actions in the Radiant Saint Hall had left a proper impression on her, but it collapsed at this moment. As a result, Jianchen was no different from the other suitors in her eyes. Haha, Junior Chongyang, I, Lufan, am a few years older than you, so I'll just call you Junior Brother. You only need to stay by Junior Yen Shui's side in the world of moon and star this time. You don't need to worry about anything else. We'll deal with it. At this moment, one of Yen Shui's protectors said. He was a middle-aged man, a mid-god king. Jian Chun had learnt about this person before. He was the lord of the Cloud Mist Peak, one of the peaks of the Radiant Saint Hall, Lufan. His cultivation was even greater than the Soaring Clouds Peak's Peak Master Han Xian and the Snowfall Peak's Peak Master Zhou Yuan. Haha, that's right. Leave all the beasts we come across to us. Junior Changyang, you just need to take care of Junior Yen Shui afterwards. A few more protectors spoke up. They all smiled and treated Jianchen politely. They even flattered him slightly. Even though Jianchen's cultivation was the lowest among them, so he still needed someone to protect him as a protector. However, with Vice Leader Xianzhan's support, none of the protectors dared to offend him. They even tried their best to befriend Jianchen. This was because they all knew that the reason why Jianchen could become a protector was all because of Vice Leader Xianzhan's arrangements. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to get past Elder Mu Zhong. As for their motives, the few peak masters who considered themselves to be astute and far-sighted were naturally well aware of it. Jianchen exchanged some pleasantries with the protectors casually before looking at Donglin Yen Shui. He asked, "Can you sense the location of the Radiant Origin Pearl?" The reason why he asked that was because Jianchen could vaguely sense a pulse that was extremely similar to Radiant Saint Force from a certain place in front of him. The pulse was extremely obscure and wondrous. He could sense its existence not because his senses were great, but because the laws of the hallowed he comprehended seemed to resonate with the pulse. Chapter 2360. It looks like Donglin Yen Shui hasn't sensed the pulse that's extremely similar to Radiant Saint Force. However, I can't be certain whether the pulse comes from the Radiant Origin Pearl or not. Jianchen thought. He had already learnt from Elder Mu Zhong that the Radiant Origin Pearls originated from the Tower of Radiance. They were extremely special, where they could not be sensed with the senses of the soul. Only those with extremely great talent who were extremely close to Radiant Saint Force could sense their existence. Did the so-called extremely great talent who were extremely close to Radiant Saint Force refer to the ranks of geniuses in the Radiant Saint Hall? 9-star geniuses were peak talent in the Radiant Saint Hall, and all the candidates taking part in the competition this time were 9-star geniuses. If the pulse really does come from the Radiant Origin Pearl, doesn't that mean my talent is even greater than Donglin Yen Shui's? Jianchen thought. He stared straight ahead. He could sense that the pulse was 100 kilometers away from him. At that moment, the group of people were moving in a straight line toward the direction of the energy fluctuation. They all flew around 20 meters above the ground. Even though they had all slowed down out of consideration for Jianchen's cultivation, 100 kilometers was nothing to them. Very soon, Jianchen's group arrived within 20 kilometers of the pulse. At this moment, Jianchen also secretly paid attention to Donglin Yen Shui's reaction, but he discovered that Donglin Yen Shui remained the same as before, as if she had not discovered the pulse at all. When they were 3 miles away from the ripple, the direction in which the group was advancing changed slightly. They were gradually distancing themselves from the source of the ripple. Jianchen stopped decisively when he saw this. He said, "We can't just move around aimlessly like this. Let's take a break and discuss our plan." With that, Jianchen dispersed the Radiant Saint Force around him before everyone agreed. He landed on the ground. As soon as Jianchen stopped, the 8 protectors behind Donglin Yen Shui immediately revealed troubled expressions. They glanced past Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui and hesitated. They had no idea whether they should continue with Donglin Yen Shui or stop with Jianchen. The 8 of them understood that although they were the protectors of the candidate, they were naturally responsible for protecting Jianchen since Vice Leader Xianzhan was bold enough to allow Jianchen, who only had a one-colored soul core, into the world of Moon and Star. There were many vicious beasts in the world of Moon and Star, and some of them had even reached the level of the Divine King. They really did not dare to leave Jianchen alone. If anything happened to him and the vice leader blamed them, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Donglin Yenshui, on the other hand, frowned slightly. She looked at Jianchen with some displeasure and said, "Radiant Origin Pearls are extremely difficult to find. All methods of searching are useless. Finding it is completely up to luck. Do you really think you can find a Radiant Origin Pearl by coming up with a useless plan? It's better than running around aimlessly like this, right?" Jianchen said casually. He looked around and just happened to discover a 10-meter-wide boulder 3 kilometers away where the pulse came from. Jianchen's eyes lit up. He said, "There's a boulder there. Let's go sit down first and think of a plan as well so that we can collect more radiant origin pearls." With that, Jianchen directly flew towards the boulder in the distance. Donglin Yanxue could not help but feel displeased when she saw how Jianchen did not care about his priorities at all and continued to do whatever he wanted in the world of moon and star. Ever since Jianchen's upright image shattered in her heart, she began to view Jianchen in a completely different light. In particular, Donglin Yanxue felt extremely disgusted by Jianchen's current actions. In Donglin Yanshue's opinion, Jianchen was basically wasting her precious time. After all, they only had a year to search for radiant origin pearls. Every minute and second was extremely precious. At this moment, Jianchen had already arrived on the boulder by himself. He sat there leisurely, and the pulse he had sensed before came from below the boulder. At such a close distance, Jianchen's senses became even clearer. He could clearly sense that the object that gave off the pulse was a milky white bead buried in the ground. This should be the radiant origin pearl. At that moment, Jianchen had basically confirmed the identity of the bead. At this moment, Donglin Yanxue flew over with dissatisfaction and impatience under the accompaniment of the 8 protectors. Jianchen sat on the boulder as he silently sensed the distance between Donglin Yanxue and Donglin Yanxue. He wanted to know just how close she needed to be to sense the existence of the radiant origin pearl. Finally, when Donglin Yanxue was a kilometer away from the boulder, her expression immediately changed. In the next moment, joy filled her eyes. She turned into a streak of white light and arrived before the boulder Jianchen sat on as quickly as she could. She called out to Jianchen, "Changyang, move." "What?" Jianchen did not seem to react. He stared at Donglin Yanxue blankly as he became confused. "I told you to move. I want to shatter this boulder. If you don't move, you can't blame me if you get injured," Donglin Yanxue called out. Donglin Yanxue called out. The laws of the hallowed had already condensed around her. The radiant palm had already condensed and was about to strike the rock. Jianchen's expression finally changed when he saw this. Without any hesitation, he directly leaped off the boulder. Although it was impossible for Donglin Yanxue to injure him, he was currently acting as a radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core. Bang! As soon as Jianchen left the boulder, a great sound rang out. A 10-meter-wide boulder had been shattered by Donglin Yanshue's palm strike, shooting into the air as fragments. And under the mountain rock, a bright white light bloomed, only to see a thumb-sized white bead quietly lying on the ground. "The radiant origin pearl!" Donglin Yanxue cried out. She took a step forward and picked up the radiant origin pearl in joy. So this is the radiant origin pearl. It can only be seen with the naked eye. It's impossible to find its traces with the senses of the soul. This radiant origin pearl really is wondrous. At this moment, the 8 protectors all gathered over. They all studied the radiant origin pearl curiously as they clicked their tongues in wonder. At this moment, Donglin Yanxue suddenly looked at Jianchen doubtfully. She said, "Changyang, I sensed it when I was a kilometer away. You sat on the boulder and were only 10 meters away from the radiant origin pearl. How could you not sense the radiant origin pearl at such a close distance? Don't forget that you're a 9-star genius, while I'm only a 1-star genius," Jianchen said helplessly. He could not expose his talents so early. You can't blame Junior Changyang for this. The radiant origin pearl is just too difficult to sense. Even with my 7-colored soul core, I only vaguely sensed it when I was 100 meters away. A protector said as soon as Jianchen finished speaking. "Sigh, I'm a 3-star genius and also have a 7-colored soul core, yet I can only vaguely sense the radiant origin pearl when I'm 10 meters away from it. It makes sense that Junior Changyang can't sense it," another protector said in shame, speaking up for Jianchen perfectly. Chapter 2361. Jianshan naturally sensed the change in Donglin Yanshue's attitude towards him, but he did not care about that. In his opinion, it would be enough as long as he could make Donglin Yanshue become the chosen saint successfully and earn the right to enter the Tower of Radiance. Vice Leader Xian Zhan possessed the authority to directly allow any Radiant Saint Master into the Tower of Radiance. Jianshan did not know about this, but even if he did, he would not be willing to directly go to the Vice Leader. This was because his identity was extremely sensitive, so he did not want to have too much to do with Vice Leader Xian Zhan. Otherwise, once the secret of his martial soul force was exposed, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble for Vice Leader Xian Zhan. I think as long as there are powerful vicious beasts, there will definitely be Radiant Origin Pearls. Radiant Origin Pearls are difficult to find. The senses of the soul won't be able to detect their existence, but the vicious beasts won't be able to escape the senses of the soul. As a result, we only need to find the powerful vicious beasts, Jianshan suggested. The Radiant Origin Pearls were a product of the Tower of Radiance. The reason why they had appeared in the world of Moon and Star was because the Elders had let them in. Since the Elders treated finding the Radiant Origin Pearls as a test, there would definitely be a certain level of difficulty. It would not be something as simple as luck. Donglin Yanshue immediately frowned when she heard that. In the world of Moon and Star, some powerful vicious beasts possessed the strength of a divine king. If they really did provoke these vicious beasts, let alone Jianshan who only had a one-colored soul core, even she with her four-colored soul core would be no different from an ant before these vicious beasts. It was possible to say that the two of them would not even be able to endure the shockwaves of battle against vicious beasts at such a level. Junior Chongyang is right. Radiant Origin Pearls probably exist in the territories of these powerful vicious beasts. Junior Yanshue, why don't we go find those vicious beasts? Don't worry, Junior Yanshue. We have the 8 Divine King Radiant Saints here. Dealing with those vicious beasts with low intelligence will be a piece of cake, yeah. Even if we come across a peak Divine King Radiant Saint Vicious Beast, we'll only need 2 or 3 people to kill them easily. The vicious beasts here are nothing to worry about. Radiant Origin Pearls are difficult to find, but it's far too easy for the vicious beasts to find them. The 8 protectors who had come with them were all saint were fearless. With the laws of the hallowed saint, their battle prowess to become even greater than cultivators of the same level of cultivation. As a result, the vicious beasts in the world not to be taken seriously at all. Radiant Saint next, it was the 8 protectors' turn to lead the way. Their consciousness that belonged to the Divine King spread out from them, shrouding the surroundings as they began to actively search for ferocious beasts nearby. At the same time, elsewhere in the world of Moon and Star, a group led by Jianshan had stopped on a plain. 5 of the 9 protectors stood guard in the distance, while the candidate Jianshan had gathered with the other 4 protectors. Jianshan frowned. His face was gloomy. Ever since he had entered the world of Moon and Star, his face had been sunken. Even now, he still had not relaxed. You're either the people closest to our Gongjin clan, or you're subordinate to our Gongjin clan. Help me think of a way to kill Chongyang in the world of Moon and Star, Jianshan said. Jianshan said with a sunken face. Aside from the other 5 protectors, the remaining 4 all belonged to the Gongjin clan. As a result, he trusted the 4 of them very much. The 4 protectors gathered around Gongjin Xian frowned when they heard that. Troubled expressions appeared on their faces. If it were in the past, it would be nothing even if the Radiant Saint Hall discovered us trying to kill Chongyang. With our status, the disciplinary hall wouldn't do anything to us. They would only punish us symbolically. But now, everyone knows that Chongyang is Vice Leader Xian Zhan's subordinate. His status is different from before. The consequences of killing him are just far too severe. If Vice Leader Xian Zhan personally pursues the matter, even young Master Xian will be dragged into it. Yeah. Vice Leader Xianzhan isn't as easy to talk to as the other 7 Vice Leaders. Moreover, Vice Leader Xianzhan is the person you can't afford to offend in the Radiant Saint Hall aside from the Supreme Leader. Young Master Xian, you can't act on impulse. Young Master Xian, you have to remain calm. Chang Yang has Vice Leader Xianzhan's support, so you can't afford to offend him. You have to understand who Vice Leader Xianzhan is. He's an expert that even the ancestor of our Gongjing clan has to treat with respect. If Vice Leader Xianzhan wants to punish you, do you think the ancestor will personally step forward and protect you at the risk of offending Vice Leader Xianzhan? Young Master Xian, you can't act recklessly. Let's not even talk about how severe the consequences will be. Even if the 9 of us all listen to you and move out to deal with Chang Yang, we still might not be able to kill him because the 8 protectors around Donglin Yan Shui will definitely treat Chang Yang's safety with greater importance than Donglin Yan Shui. They'll definitely risk their lives to protect Chang Yang. Moreover, it's still unknown whether the other 5 protectors will listen to young Master Xian and deal with Chang Yang. The 4 protectors around Jianshan all tried to persuade him. They all wanted Jianshan to give up on killing Chang Yang here. Jianshan only had a 4-colored soul core. It was basically impossible for him to kill Chang Yang, who had 8 protectors with his cultivation. They would still have to take action in the end. However, if they really did lay their hands on Jianshan, they would be doomed once they left the world of Moon and Star. In their eyes, killing Chang Yang was equivalent to digging their own grave. Moreover, they did not have any deep grievances with Chang Yang, so they naturally did not want to die for Jianshan. Jianshan's face became uglier and uglier. With the cultivation of the Divine King, there was no need for them to clash with Donglin Yan Shui's protectors if they really wanted to kill Chang Yang. All they needed to do was approach Chang Yang in a friendly manner and deal a fatal blow, and Chang Yang would die easily. They had declined because they were afraid of offending Vice Leader Xianzhan. Young Master Xian, the matter at hand is to become the chosen saint. Let's search for radiant origin pearls as soon as possible. 3 people will be directly eliminated in the first round. Young Master Xian can't lose in this round. A Divine King changed the topic and shifted Jianshan's attention. Young Master Xian, searching for radiant origin pearls is our top priority right now. There will definitely be radiant origin pearls in the territories of the powerful beasts in the world of Moon and Star. Young Master Xian, you have to move quickly, or the other 4 will get ahead of you. Another protector added. If that's the case, let's set off quickly and search for radiant origin pearls first. Jianshan also knew that it was impossible for these people to kill Jianshan. He stood up with a sunken face and called out before leaving with the 9 protectors. Chapter 2362. The entrance to the world of stars and moons was still the same mountain where everyone had entered. Elder He Tian slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the 5 candidates. He could not help but smile mysteriously as he murmured to himself, "They've finally thought of dealing with those vicious beasts." That's right, there are indeed radiant origin pearls where the powerful vicious beasts reside. However, those vicious beasts aren't as simple as you imagine them to be. They won't be easy to deal with. It's time for you to suffer. As soon as he said that, Elder He Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Suddenly he became stern, and he growled, "What powerful spatial pulses! Someone has opened the gateway to the world of Moon and Moons. Who is it?" Before he had even finished speaking, Elder He Tian turned into a silver-white bolt of lightning and shot off into the distance with great speed. Millions of miles away, in a void, the space was violently distorted. Countless cracks were intertwined, and a strong spatial fluctuation was transmitted from this place. This scene continued for several breaths before the space in the sky suddenly shattered like a mirror, revealing a pitch-black spatial passageway. A figure shone with resplendent light as he strode over with firm steps, descending into the world of Moon and Moons through the tunnel. After this figure walked out, the spatial tunnel behind him also disappeared. The shattered space also automatically healed. In a short moment, everything returned to normal. At this moment, the resplendent light around the figure gradually vanished, revealing his true appearance. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a green suit, and his eyes were as bright as the moon and stars. His resolute and handsome face was covered with the kind of wind and frost that could only be left behind after experiencing the baptism of bloody storms and the test of life and death. The young man hovered in the air with his hands behind his back. He glanced around with his resplendent eyes, studying the surroundings. He murmured to himself, "There's a star and a moon in the sky. Looks like I was right. This is the world of moon and star, the place where the radiant Saint Hall chooses their chosen saint." As he said that, the young man glanced to the side casually. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face. "I never thought there would be an elder here. This really is a great gift that the radiant Saint Hall has prepared for me." With that, a streak of white light shot over with lightning speed. It arrived in an instant, revealing Elder He Tion. At this moment, Elder He Tion's presence surged as the laws of the hallowed revolved around him. He radiated with boundless pressure, but when he saw the young man's face, his face immediately changed. He cried out, "Aoyama! It's actually you." The young man smiled. Coupled with his handsome face, his smile was extremely enchanting and friendly. It was enough to make all the girls in the world fall in love with him. However, the elder of the Radiant Saint Hall, He Tion, did not feel any friendliness at all. Instead, he felt a chill as if he was facing a great enemy. His face became extremely stern at that moment. "I never thought you'd recognize me. My name, Aoyama, is very resounding in the Radiant Saint Hall," the young man smiled. "Young man, how did you enter the world of moon and star? Why have you come here for no reason?" Elder He Tion called out sternly. Even though he had condensed a soul tree and was an elder of the Radiant Saint Hall, possessing the cultivation of a primordial realm expert, he dared not be careless before this young man who was only a divine king. Aoyama's name had already spread across the saints' world. There were very few people who did not know him. He had suppressed all the divine kings in the saints' world and remained as the strongest divine king for many years. There had also been many rumors of him fighting against primordial realm expert. As a result of these glorious rumors, Aoyama had already become regarded as the invincible divine king and a portion of primordial realm experts in the saints' world. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest divine king among all the divine kings in the saints' world. In the Radiant Saint Hall, Aoyama's name was placed at the top of the wanted list. All the elders knew his name. They all grit their teeth and hated him. They viewed him as a great problem for the Radiant Saint Hall in the future. This was because an elder of the Radiant Saint Hall had died to Aoyama's hands. At that moment, Elder He Tion was personally facing Qing Shan. In an instant, he recalled the various rumors regarding Qing Shan. This caused waves of chilliness to rise in his heart. Is there a need for me to tell you how I entered the world of moon and star? As for why I've come here, I can tell you that. Aoyama looked at Elder He Tion, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. He said, "I've obviously come for the 5 candidates. This time, I'll make it so that the Radiant Saint Hall has no chosen saint." "Aoyama, don't you dare." Elder He Tion's face changed drastically when he heard that. "I, Aoyama, even dared to kill an elder of your Radiant Saint Hall. Why wouldn't I dare to kill a few candidates? However, from today onwards, one more elder will die to my hands," Aoyama sneered. With that, he directly struck out, sending a palm strike towards Elder He Tion. Aoyama's hand possessed a mysterious power that could interfere with the souls of opponents. Faced with Aoyama's palm strike, Elder He Tion immediately felt his soul become unstable. It throbbed and his vision blurred slightly. He felt dizzy. Martial soul force. Elder He Tian cried out. He bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully cleared his head. The laws of the hallowed gathered around him as he engaged in an intense battle with Aoyama in the air. Elder He Tian's cultivation was only equivalent to a first heavenly layer infinite prime, so he dared not to be careless against Aoyama. He used his full strength right from the start, not holding back at all. However, as soon as he clashed with Aoyama, Elder He Tian's heart sank. When Aoyama struck out, the martial soul force in Aoyama's hand was already enough to affect his soul. However, when he actually clashed with Aoyama, the impact on his soul became even more intense. It felt as if someone had taken a sledgehammer and ruthlessly smashed his primordial spirit. Elder He Tian could fend off Aoyama's attacks, but he was unable to fend off the impact from martial soul force. He could only endure it in an extremely passive manner. Moreover, the impact did not occur once or twice. Instead, he would endure an attack from martial soul force whenever he clashed with Aoyama. If the battle continued, even if he was far more powerful than Aoyama and possessed the ability to defeat Aoyama, his soul would not be able to last until then. Martial soul force really is wondrous. I can't find any way to fend it off. I need to end the battle quickly, or I'll definitely lose, thought Elder He Tian. He did not dare to imagine just how severe the consequences would be if he lost. Chapter 2363. As Elder He Tian and Aoyama engaged in an intense battle in the sky, the group of 10 led by Donglin Yen Shui finally found a powerful beast 2 million kilometers away. An intense battle naturally erupted between the two sides. One of Donglin Yenshue's 8 protectors was currently engaged in a battle to the death with a feral beast that was over 30 meters tall and resembled a cow. It was a ferocious beast that resembled a bull. It was extremely huge. It seemed like a small mountain as it stood there, making the hallowed Saint Master who fought against it seem as insignificant as an ant. However, even though the two of them differed greatly in size, they were locked in battle. The laws of the hallowed that originated from the hallowed Saint Master clashed time and time again with the brutal energy within the beast, erupting with deafening booms. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, stirring up the origin energy in the surroundings. Sand and pebbles were blown into the air as thick cracks appeared on the ground. This was a battle between the Divine King. The ripples from the battle spread to several tens of thousand kilometers away. Without the corresponding strength, it was impossible to approach it. 100 kilometers away, Donglin Yen Shui and Jianchen stood side by side as they watched the battle up ahead. The 7 other protectors split up into 7 different directions, forming a circle around Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui. The 2 people at the very front worked together to create an energy shield, blocking the ripples of the battle for Donglin Yen Shui and Jianchen. If it were not for the protection of these protectors, Donglin Yenshue probably would not have been able to get so close with her 4-colored soul core that was equivalent to a deity. She would have been pushed far away by the shock waves of energy from the battle between the man and beast. At this very moment, all of them were staring at the intense battle in front of them. Their brows were slightly furrowed. As for the other 7 protectors, their faces had turned somewhat ugly. How can this vicious beast be so powerful? It's clearly only equivalent to an early god king, yet it can match Chunfeng, who has a mid-7-colored soul core. Chunfeng is a hallowed saint master. In the saints' world, hallowed saint masters are much more powerful than fighters at the same level of cultivation. With Chunfeng's cultivation equivalent to mid-divine king, he can easily defeat mid-divine king fighters, yet he's actually unable to defeat an early divine king. How can the vicious beasts of the world of moon and star be so powerful? The 7 protectors who protected Donglin Yen Shui and Jianchen all said sternly. What was happening before them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. A strange light flickered through Jianchen's eyes as he stood beside Yen Shui. He stared at the huge beast with shining eyes before raising his head to look at the sky from time to time. He was surprised and doubtful. A strand of true chaotic force had fused with his soul, causing it to mutate. As a result, he obtained various abilities. At this moment, he could clearly sense that a strand of the power of the world of moon and star had fused with the beast as it fought. As a result, the beast was able to fight on par with a hallowed Saint Master who was equivalent to a mid-god king, even though it was only equivalent to an early god king. This beast can actually use the power of the world of moon and star? Jianchen was shocked by this discovery. The light in his eyes flickered as he sank into his thoughts. This was not as simple as controlling the energy of the world. The power of the world of moon and star could fuse with the beast and assist it in battle. This was similar to how the artifact spirit of the deep-sea palace controlled the power of the Poseidon art to protect Xiaoman in the Poseidon Palace. The power of the Poseidon Palace came from the Poseidon Palace itself. However, the power that had fused with the beast and assisted it in battle came from the world of moon and star. It was definitely not as simple as the origin energy that roamed the world. Does this come from the beast's innate talent, or is the world of moon and star like the Poseidon Palace in the past, where a special existence is purposefully taking care of these beasts? Jianchen sank into his thoughts. If it was the former, then so be it, but if it was the latter, his heart could not help but sink. But I can't eliminate the possibility that the Radiant Saint Hall is behind this. After all, this is a training ground. Since it's a training ground, there has to be a certain level of difficulty and challenge, Jianchen guessed. However, at this moment, Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly looked behind him. He could already sense that there were primordial realm experts engaged in an intense battle in the distance. Even though it was very far away, he could still sense the surging energy pulses that erupted from the battle. At that moment, Jianchen's gaze sharpened. His sharp gaze seemed to possess the power to pierce through space, allowing him to see the scene 2 million kilometers away. With Jianchen's current cultivation, 2 million kilometers was no longer an obstruction to his vision. At that moment, he could clearly see Elder He Tian fighting an azure-robed man in the air. Martial Soul Force. It's actually the pulses of martial soul force. Jianchen cried out inside. At that moment, his heart churned, making it very difficult for him to remain calm. He possessed martial soul force in the first place, but he was unable to find the method to cultivate it. As a result, his martial soul force was still weak. Jianchen immediately recognized the martial soul force Aoyama used against Elder He Tian. The protectors behind Jianchen were all focused on the vicious beast up ahead, so none of them noticed the change in Jianchen's emotions. That young man is only a divine king, yet he firmly possesses the upper hand in his battle against Elder He Tian. Such a powerful divine king who possesses martial soul force can only be Aoyama, who ranks first under the divine king, Jianchen thought. Very soon, he deduced the young man's identity, and the light in his eyes flickered. At this moment, the battle between Aoyama and Elder He Tian became even more intense. The pulses of energy they erupted with became even more terrifying. Gradually, the 7 protectors around Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui sensed it. Immediately, the 7 protectors all looked back. Their vision was nowhere near as great as Jianchen's, so they were unable to see so far away with their naked eyes. As a result, they all released the senses of their souls. With their mid-divine king soul consciousness, they could easily cover the entire area. However, the area was filled with violent energy storms at the moment. Their soul consciousness couldn't get close at all. However, they could still sense Elder He Tian's presence and the power of the laws of the hallowed from the storms of energy. This caused all of their expressions to change abruptly. Oh no, there's a primordial realm expert in the world of moon and star. It looks like he's on par with Elder He Tian. That's not a good thing. How is that possible? Haven't all the primordial realm experts in the world of moon and star been purged by the elders? How has one slipped through, If the primordial realm expert can fight with Elder Hetion, he must be an enemy. If Elder Hetion can't last, we'll be doomed. The 7 protectors all cried out as their faces became extremely ugly. Clearly, they had realized the severity of the matter. Chapter 2364. Although Donglin Yen Shui was unable to sense the shockwaves of the battle in the distance due to her low cultivation, she could hear quite a lot from the cries of the protectors in the surroundings. Her face immediately changed. "Quick, send a few more people. End the battle quickly," Donglin Yen Shui called out. Out of the 7 remaining protectors, 3 of them immediately charged towards the vicious beast. The remaining 4 were responsible for protecting Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui. The 7 protectors were all hallowed saint masters with mid-7-colored soul cores. With the 4 of them working together, they faced a vicious beast that was only equivalent to early Divine King. Even if the vicious beast had received the assistance of the world, making it extraordinarily powerful, it would not be able to last for very long. In just a while, the mountainous beast let out a chilling wail. It was beheaded by a blade of light condensed from the laws of the hallowed by the 4 hallowed saint masters. Its soul was wiped out, and its colossal body collapsed on the ground with a huge weight. The ground shook as dust filled the air. "Go find the radiant origin pearl," Jianchen immediately called out to Donglin Yen Shui the moment the vicious beast died. At this moment, Jianchen became stern as well. The hallowed saint masters were unable to see the battle in the distance clearly, but he could see everything clearly. Aoyama's strength was unimaginably great. He actually gained the upper hand against Elder Hetion, who had reached the primordial realm, with his strength at the Divine King. He completely suppressed Elder Hetion. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that Elder Hetion's defeat was only a matter of time, unless something unexpected happened. As a result, his heart sank. If Elder Hetion could not stop Aoyama, it would be impossible for the protectors to be Aoyama's opponent even if they worked together. Donglin Yen Shui did not hesitate at all when she heard Jianchen's call. She immediately flew towards the vicious beast's lair as a layer of light. Jianchen and the 7 protectors followed closely behind Donglin Yen Shui. As soon as they were half a kilometer away from the beast's lair, a gleam of light flashed through Donglin Yen Shui's eyes. She had already sensed the existence of the radiant origin pearl, so she immediately sped up, hurrying over with even greater speed. A while later, they entered the beast's lair. It was a huge cave, dark and damp. A thumb-sized radiant origin pearl was embedded in the rock at the very top of the cave. It shone with a gentle light, providing some light to the gloomy cave. One of the protectors extended a finger, and a strand of the laws of the hallowed shot out from his fingertip, shattering the rock above and making the radiant origin pearl fall down. It landed in his hand, and he passed it to Donglin Yen Shui. Donglin Yen Shui stowed the radiant origin pearl away. Just when she was about to continue looking around, Jianchen's voice rang out, "We can't stay here. We need to leave as soon as possible." Donglin Yen Shui frowned when she heard that. She was the candidate, the only person who could make decisions here. Since when was it Chang Yang's turn to give orders? Donglin Yen Shui looked at Jianchen impatiently. Just when she was about to say something, the expressions of the 8 protectors around her all changed. "Oh no, they're approaching us. This is the shockwaves of a battle between primordial realm experts. Once they get too close to us, we'll probably be injured by the shockwaves. Not only will we be injured, but we won't even be able to protect ourselves. No, we need to leave here as soon as possible. They're just too fast. Let's go, or it'll be too late. We'll be caught in the crossfire." The 8 protectors all cried out as they became extremely stern. They had always been observing the situation in the distance with the senses of their souls. Even though they were unable to approach the center of the battle, they could clearly tell where Elder Hetion and Aoyama were. With the 8 protectors' cries, Donglin Yen Shui was no longer in the mood to argue with Jianchen over such a small matter. She immediately left with everyone else. The 8 protectors were clearly uneasy. As soon as they emerged from the cave, they controlled a ball of radiant light to envelop Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui without saying anything before shooting off into the distance as quickly as they could. At this moment, even Donglin Yen Shui heard the thunderous booms in the distance. They grew louder and louder, getting closer and closer. This made Donglin Yen Shui's heart sink. It seemed like the situation was even worse than she had imagined it to be. The 8 protectors who had brought them along did not say anything at all. Their faces were sunken as they fled into the distance as quickly as they could. They wanted to get away from the primordial realm experts who constantly approached them. The deafening booms grew closer and closer. A pulse of energy that was extremely terrifying to the 8 protectors wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the space there to distort. The origin energy in the world of moon and star became abnormally chaotic as well. In the distant sky, 2 figures clearly appeared before the eyes of the 8 protectors. Elder He Tian and Qing Shan, who were fighting intensely, had already approached where the 8 protectors could see them. However, when the 8 protectors saw what was happening in the distance, their faces all changed drastically. Intense fear rose up from the bottom of their hearts. What did they see? The 8 of them clearly saw Elder He Tian covered in blood, fending off attacks from behind as he fled in a hurry. Behind Elder He Tian was a young man in azure robes. His face was resolute and cold, and his eyes shone with a chilling light. He pursued Elder He Tian closely. Clearly, Elder He Tian was not the young man's opponent. Aoyama of the martial soul lineage has infiltrated the world of moon and star. He wants to kill everyone from the Radiant Saint Hall. All protectors, immediately protect the candidate and flee. Find a way to contact the outside world. At this moment, Elder He Tian's old voice rang out. His hoarse voice was filled with urgency and some weakness. He seemed to be powerless. Aoyama was just too powerful. With his control over martial soul force, he could attack Elder He Tian's soul every time he clashed with him. Elder He Tian was defeated soon after the battle began. He was heavily injured, so all he could do was flee madly. What? Aoyama of the martial soul lineage has infiltrated the world of moon and star. It's actually a member of the martial soul lineage. We're in trouble now. Even though Aoyama is at the peak of the Divine King, he can already kill primordial realm experts. We're not his opponent. Run, run! The 8 protectors all paled. They did not dare to remain here. Immediately, they fled into the distance as quickly as they could with Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui. Chapter 2365. They had already heard of Aoyama's name. Even though they hated Aoyama to the core, they dared not resist at all when they actually saw him. The only thought they had was to flee, and flee as far away as possible. It would be best if they could flee to a place where Aoyama could not find them and hide. Even Donglin Yen Shui struggled to remain composed after being enveloped by the light of the protectors. Her delicate face paled slightly as deep unease filled her eyes. Jian Chen was the only person who remained composed among them. However, his brows were tightly furrowed at this moment. Let's gather up with the other 4 groups quickly and combine all the power of the Radiant Divine King before working with Elder He Tian. It's not impossible for us to fight against Aoyama, Jianchen said calmly. However, the 8 protectors turned a deaf ear to Jianchen's words. They directly acted like they did not exist. Not only did they not rush towards the other 4 groups, but they even fled into the distance instead. Jianchen could see slivers of undisguised fear in their eyes, as well as some despair. Jianchen sighed inside when he discovered this. He was extremely disappointed in these people. Out of the 5 groups, there were a total of 44 Divine Kings. If these Divine Kings worked together, they would be a great force. Coupled with Elder He Tian, he believed that they would be enough to fend off Aoyama. Even if they were still not Aoyama's opponent, they would not be completely annihilated by Aoyama. Even if there was a tiny difference, he could secretly assist them when the time came. They were completely capable of fending off Aoyama. It was even possible for them to suppress Aoyama. However, he had underestimated the fear the protectors felt towards Aoyama. They did not have the courage to fight against Aoyama at all. They did not dare to fight against Aoyama, so they remained by Jianshin's side the entire time. As a result, Jianshin could not find an opportunity to assist them secretly even if he wanted to. Elder He Tian, on the other hand, changed directions after bellowing out. He flew off in another direction to draw Aoyama away. As for Qing Shan, he glanced past Donglin Yenshua's group indifferently as a cold smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, he continued in pursuit of Elder He Tian. In his eyes, the Divine King of Light was nothing to worry about. No matter how they fled, they would not be able to escape from him in the end. However, Elder He Tian was an elder of the Sacred Hall, so it was extremely likely that he possessed a way to contact the outside world. As a result, killing Elder He Tian was his top priority right now. Aoyama gradually traveled into the distance as he pursued Elder He Tian. The booms from their battle grew further and further away as well. In the end, they completely vanished. The 8 Divine King of Light who fled with Jianshin and Donglin Yen Shui did not stop. They did not slow down at all as they fled even further away from the world of Moon and Star. Along the way, they even flew over the territories of a few vicious beasts, causing the vicious beasts there to chase after them madly. However, they ignored them as well. They only cared about fleeing. Sigh. Jianshin sighed inside. He had still underestimated the protector's fear of Aoyama, which made him feel extremely helpless. He had already sensed the existence of several radiant origin pearls along the way, but he could only watch them pass by in the end. He could not warn them at all. The flight lasted for half a day. Half a day later, the 8 protectors finally stopped and landed in a hidden forest. Junior Yen Shui, Junior Changyang, do you have any way to contact the outside world? As soon as they stopped, one of the 8 protectors, the Lord of the Cloud Mist Peak, Lu Fan, asked. He was very stern. The other 7 protectors all looked at Jianshin and Donglin Yen Shui eagerly. They did not even have the courage to fight against Aoyama. Even the only elder in the world of Moon and Star was not Aoyama's opponent. Now they could only place their hopes on Jianshin and Donglin Yen Shui, 2 juniors with extraordinary backgrounds. They hoped that they could contact the outside world and let the Sacred Hall learn about the situation inside so that they could send even more powerful elders to kill Aoyama. Donglin Yen Shui shook her head gloomily. The world of Moon and Star is a miniature world. None of the methods I know can pass through the obstruction of the miniature world and reach the Sacred Hall. I can't contact anyone in the outside world. The 8 protectors were unable to hide their disappointment when they heard that. They all looked at Jianshin. One of them looked at Jianshin eagerly and asked urgently, Junior Changyang, you should have a way to contact Vice Leader Xianzhan, right? Jianshin also sighed gently. I'm the same as Donglin Yen Shui. We're separated by a world, so we can't contact the outside world at all. Probably only Elder He Tian has a way to contact the Sacred Hall here. We can't do anything, Donglin Yen Shui added. She was also heavy-hearted. The 8 protectors' faces became ugly when they heard that. Elder He Tian was currently being hunted down by Aoyama. He was busy running for his life, so how could he have the time to contact the outside world? They had no idea how much longer he could last. As soon as they thought about how they would all face Aoyama's merciless pursuit, they immediately felt extremely uneasy and fearful. You can consider my suggestion before. If you keep delaying it, it really might be too late, Jianshin said again. In his opinion, this was the only way for the Radiant Saint Masters to fend off Aoyama. The 8 Radiant Saint Masters all hesitated. After a moment of silence, they all expressed their opinions and began an intense discussion about Jianshin's suggestion. Only 2 of them agreed with Jianshin's suggestion. They wanted to gather with the other 4 groups, and then work with Elder He Tian to deal with Aoyama, using all the power of the Divine King. There was also a portion of them who objected. They believed that even if they gathered everyone's power, they would not necessarily be Aoyama's opponent. After all, Aoyama's name had already become deeply ingrained in their hearts. They were unwilling to face Aoyama in an open battle. They believed that they should use the opportunity when Aoyama was focused on Elder He Tian to flee far away and hide themselves. This would continue until the world of Moon and Star opened up again a year later. The final portion of people remained hesitant. They struggled to make a decision. At this moment, Jianchen and Donglin Yanshui were no longer of much use. At a time like this, even Donglin Yanshui's identity as the Divine King struggled to influence the decisions of the Radiant Divine King. This was because Donglin Yanshui was not a true chosen saint, while the 8 Radiant Divine King were only her protectors. Their main mission was to protect her, not to serve as her retainers. Jianchen felt helpless as he listened to the arguments of the Divine King. He was in no mood to listen to them. He made his way to a nearby tree all by himself before leaping onto the branch. His body was as weightless as a leaf as he sat down on a branch that was only as thick as a wrist. He stared ahead as light erupted from his eyes. His gaze became extraordinarily sharp at that moment, directly piercing through space and looking into the distance. Chapter 2366. But very soon, Jianchen's eyes dimmed and returned to normal. Elder He Tian and Aoyama were just too far away. They had exceeded the limits of his vision. Jianchen looked back and glanced at the 8 Divine King who were still arguing nearby as well as the helpless Donglin Yanshui. After hesitating slightly, he carefully expanded the senses of his soul, extending it forward rapidly. Jianchen's original level of cultivation far exceeded the 8 protectors. Coupled with the fact that his soul had mutated, the senses of his soul were so powerful that the 8 protectors could not compare to it at all. As a result, in just a short while, Jianchen's senses of his soul had already reached 5 million kilometers away. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he continued to expand. 6 million kilometers. 7 million kilometers. Very soon, Jianchen's senses of his soul had reached 10 million kilometers away. Only then did he finally find Aoyama and Elder He Tian. They were still fighting, erupting with powerful ripples of energy. The ripples of energy affected Jianchen's senses of his soul quite a bit, but they were unable to block out the senses of Jianchen's soul like the 8 protectors. As a result, Jianchen could clearly see the battle between Aoyama and Elder He Tian. Elder He Tian's presence was extremely weak. He was extremely injured, and he had lost a large amount of essence blood. He was just skin and bones now. Clearly, this was the price he had paid for using various secret techniques. He was finding it more and more difficult to block Aoyama's attacks, and he constantly vomited blood. He was already at the end of his rope. Before him, Aoyama's attacks were still extremely sharp. His presence was so powerful that it caused the surroundings to churn. Even though Elder He Tian was also covered in blood, he did not seem weak at all. When the senses of Jianchen's soul reached him, a sliver of light immediately flashed through Elder He Tian's dim eyes. As if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw, he immediately called out to the sky, "I am an elder of the Radiant Saint Hall. Fellow, no matter who you are, please lend me a hand. Our Radiant Saint Hall will be eternally grateful." On the other hand, Qing Shan had clearly sensed the senses of the soul that had spread over from afar. A chilling light immediately flashed through his cold eyes as he looked at Elder He Tian like he was looking at a dead man. He coldly said, "Stop dreaming. No matter who comes today, they won't be able to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Shan's green robes fluttered in the wind. His long hair danced in the wind. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, filling up the entire area. Soul Mountain Seal. Qing Shan crossed his arms in front of his chest and unleashed a powerful secret technique. With a low roar, a blurry and hazy illusory mountain condensed. It gave off a powerful pressure as it smashed towards He Tianzhong with a terrifying power that could suppress the heavens and earth. Elder He Tian bellowed out and also used a secret technique. He burned what little essence blood he had left and condensed the laws of the hallowed at the cost of his vitality. He shot it out with lightning speed as a resplendent spear. This was already Elder He Tian's final attack. After unleashing it, he completely withered away. He was on the verge of death. He had used everything he had against Aoyama, but before Aoyama's martial soul force, he felt powerless. He was unable to find any way to resist the attacks on his soul, so he suffered a crushing defeat in the battle. He did not even manage to injure Aoyama severely. Boom! With a great sound, Elder He Tian's final attack collided with Aoyama's illusionary mountain. It immediately erupted with a boom, causing the mountain to shake. However, it only shook. Not only did the illusionary mountain fail to disperse, but it also continued to fall without slowing down at all. It enveloped Elder He Tian with a suppressive force. "Fellow Taoist, please lend a hand." Elder He Tian let out a shrill roar. However, in the end, before the mysterious person in the dark could do anything, the soul mountain imprint formed by Qing Shan had already smashed into Elder He Tian. The soul mountain seal was extremely profound. It did not harm Elder He Tian's body. Instead, it directly struck Elder He Tian's soul. Elder He Tian's dim soul immediately collapsed, dispersing with the wind. The soul of the radiant Saint Hall's Elder He Tian had been wiped out. After Elder He Tian's death, the senses of Jianshan's soul receded like the tide, vanishing in a single instance. As for Qing Shan, he glanced around after killing Elder He Tian. His cold eyes flickered with a soul-stirring coldness as he murmured, "Who is this person?" The senses of his soul seemed to be slightly different from ordinary people. Even I can't sense the location of his soul when he's purposefully hiding it. That's right. In terms of the strength of his soul, he's only on par with this Elder of the Radiant Saint Hall. If he's not from the Radiant Saint Hall, then so be it, but if he is, then don't blame me, Aoyama, for being merciless. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes as he sat on a tree 10 million kilometers away from where Elder He Tian had died. He stared ahead sternly. He had already witnessed Aoyama's strength. He was much more powerful than Shui Yunlan back in Poseidon Palace. Even compared to himself, Aoyama was no weaker. Now that Elder He Tian was dead, the hallowed saint masters in the world of Moon and Star had completely lost the right to fight against Aoyama. Naturally, Jianshan heard Elder He Tian's cry for help before he died. It was not that he did not want to save him, but he was 10 million kilometers away, so there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to. Even if he really did help, he had to consider whether his identity would be exposed or not. Otherwise, it would be an unwise action, where he would end up harming himself while saving others. "You don't seem to be afraid at all?" At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui's voice rang out from behind Jianshan. She had also leapt onto the tree and landed on a leaf gracefully. She stared at Jianshan's back with rather mixed feelings. At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui discovered to her great surprise that Jianshan's back seemed abnormally tall and straight. She could actually sense an indomitable aura from his back. However, Donglin Yen Shui secretly shook her head soon afterwards. She dismissed the extremely laughable and childish thoughts in her head. She had no idea whether to laugh or cry over this feeling. After all, the person sitting before her was a low-level radiant Saint Master who was nowhere near as powerful as her. What's the point of being afraid? I've been through many situations that are even more despairing than what you're facing right now. In my eyes, the danger you face right now really is nothing, Jianshan said calmly. He remained seated on the tree without moving as he stared ahead. A sliver of surprise appeared in Donglin Yen Shue's eyes when she saw Jianshan's composure that even the 8 divine king saints did not possess. She could not help but study Jianshan properly. At that moment, she suddenly discovered that she had never truly seen through Jianshan. However, as soon as she thought about how Jianshan had approached her with ulterior motives, Donglin Yen Shui felt extremely repulsed. Chong Yang, now that we're in dire straits, do you regret becoming my 9th protector very much? Donglin Yen Shui asked. Her voice was very soft, and her tone was very calm. However, it still possessed a sliver of coldness. I don't regret it because I want to enter the Tower of Radiance and become the retainer of the 5 candidates. That's the only choice, Jianshan said. His voice was very calm, and it was completely emotionless. Donglin Yen Shui frowned. Just when she wanted to ask why Jianshan had to go through the vice-leader's medallion to enter the Tower of Radiance directly, Jianshan glanced in the direction of the 8 divine king saints and said, "They've already finished their discussion. Let's go and see what they've decided." With that, Jianshan slowly floated down from the tree and made his way towards the 8 protectors. As a result, Donglin Yen Shui could only swallow her words. Author's note: that's all for today's update. Moreover, Shangguan Mu Er's picture provided by a reader has been posted on Xiaoyao's official account. It really is very beautiful and close, so it has received the approval of many readers. To those who want to see it, please follow Xiaoyao's official account on WeChat, Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. Or you can directly search for the pseudonym, Xinxing Xiaoyao. Once you follow him, you'll be able to find the reply, historical information. Moreover, there are pictures of various characters posted in the past. Chapter 2367. Have you made up your minds? Jianshan arrived before the 8 protectors and glanced past them as he asked calmly. The 8 radiant divine king looked at each other and seemed rather dispirited. They said, "We've already made up our minds. We all believe that we should run as far away as possible. The world of moon and star is so large that even Elder He Tian's soul can only envelop a small portion of it. No matter how powerful Aoyama is, he's only a divine king. We don't believe that he can scour the entire world of moon and star in just a year. We only need to stay here for a year. A year later, when the world of moon and star opens again, the Sacred Hall will definitely send powerful elders to search the entire world of moon and star. Those elders will definitely find us. This might be our only chance at survival. If that's the case, let's move quickly," said Jianshan. This time, he did not say anything. If Elder He Tian was still present, the Radiant Divine King would still have the ability to contend against Aoyama. However, Elder He Tian was dead now. Even if all the protectors of the 5 groups worked together, they would not be Aoyama's opponent. They had already lost their only chance at contending against Aoyama. Running far away and hiding was indeed the only option for the Radiant Divine King. Afterwards, everyone continued on their way. Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui moved slowly due to their weaker strength. As a result, they were enveloped by a layer of light from the protectors, allowing them to travel with them. Because of that, the speed at which they were traveling was greatly increased. Donglin Yen Shui had already given up on the mission of collecting radiant origin pearls. Aoyama's arrival had completely disrupted their mission. At the same time, the 4 groups led by Gongjing Xian Bin, Anda, and Shurda made the same decision as Donglin Yenshui in the world of moon and star. The 4 teams split up and fled in 4 different directions. Aoyama's name was definitely a terrifying nightmare in the eyes of all the divine kings of the Radiant Saint Hall. As a result, when they learnt that Aoyama had also entered the world of moon and star, the divine kings of Radiant Saint Hall became utterly terrified. The only thought left in their heads was to flee far away and avoid Aoyama's search. None of them dared to think about fighting against Aoyama. Elder He Tian has a way to communicate with the outside world. Something so big has happened in the world of moon and star. I'm sure Elder He-Tion has already reported it to the Sacred Hall in the outside world. All we need to do is carefully hide. The Sacred Hall will naturally send experts to kill Aoyama. A middle-aged divine king of Radiant Saint Hall who belonged to Shurda's group said. Although he said that, his face was still filled with great unease. When Elder He-Tion fought with Aoyama, all of them chose to flee as quickly as possible. They did not dare to approach him at all. As a result, apart from Jianchen, no one in the world of Moon and Star knew that Elder He-Tion was already dead. Elder He-Tion did indeed possess a way to communicate with the outside world, but as the world of Moon and Star was of a high grade, the boundaries were extremely tough. He needed to activate the formation cast down in order to communicate with the outside world. However, Elder He-Tion did not have the time to activate the formation when he was fighting Aoyama. As a result, the news that happened in the world of Moon and Star after Elder He-Tion's death did not spread to the outside world like all the Radiant God Kings had hoped. The outside world had no idea what had happened in the world of Moon and Star at all. The 9 Divine King of Radiant Saint Hall frantically fled with Shurda. All of them pushed their speed to the limit. However, at this moment, a powerful presence suddenly appeared in the distance. It approached their group at an extremely terrifying speed. Sensing the presence, the 9 Divine King of Radiant Saint Hall all paled. They all cried out in fear. It's not Elder He-Tion. It's Aoyama. Oh no, Aoyama has caught up. Why don't I see Elder He-Tion? Has Elder He-Tion already been defeated? Run, run, the 9 protectors of Shurda all paled. The group of 10 that had originally gathered together fell into chaos at this moment. 4 of them broke away from the group and fled in 4 different directions in panic. The actions of the 4 people were like a fuse, causing the other protectors to abandon Shurda and flee in all directions. In their opinion, they might have a better chance of survival if they did that. Shurda was a short little fatty. He looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, but in reality, he had already cultivated for several hundred years. When he saw his 9 protectors leave one after another, his chubby round face instantly turned extremely ugly. In the distance, Aoyama gradually appeared. He radiated with a surging presence as he strolled through the air, directly making his way over. He seemed like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but he crossed 1,000 kilometers with each step. He arrived before Shurda in a single instance. Which one of the 5 candidates are you? Aoyama hovered in the air as he stared at Shurda coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'm Shurda. Shurda's chubby face was filled with fear as he stammered out. Shurda? Very good, you can die now. Killing intent flashed through Aoyama's eyes as he extended a finger towards Shurda's forehead. Spurt! A finger-sized, bloody hole immediately appeared between Shurda's eyebrows as he collapsed powerlessly. Shurda, one of the 5 candidates, had died in an instant. However, Aoyama acted like he had just done something insignificant. He looked in the direction that the 9 Divine King of Light had fled in. He sneered. Do you think you can escape just like that? You underestimate me, Aoyama, far too much. This time, no matter how far you flee or how well hidden you are, all the hallowed Saint Masters who have entered the world of Moon and Star will die in the end. This time, I, Aoyama, will make it so that the Radiant Saint Hall has no chosen saint. With that, Aoyama pursued the 9 Divine King of Light who had scattered. Before long, Aoyama caught up to the 9 Divine King of Light who were responsible for protecting Shurda. Without any exception, all of them were mercilessly slain by Aoyama. Before Aoyama, who could rival the Primordial Realm or even kill Primordial Realm experts, the Radiant Divine King of Light, who only had mid-7-colored soul cores, were unable to put up any resistance at all. After slaughtering Shurda's group, Aoyama stood where he was and closed his eyes. He used a secret technique to sense the surroundings silently. A few seconds later, Aoyama opened his eyes. He looked to the left and smiled coldly. I've found the second group. With that, Aoyama turned into a blur and shot off with lightning-like speed towards the second group. The second group he had found happened to be the group led by Donglin Yen-shui. When Aoyama pursued Shurda's group, he had unintentionally closed the distance between him and Donglin Yen-shui's group. As a result, not only did Donglin Yen-shui's group fail to distance themselves from Aoyama, but they instead became one of the 4 remaining groups. Chapter 2368. Jianshan's face suddenly changed as he hurried along with the protectors. As Aoyama chased after them, he did not try to hide himself at all. Instead, he gave off a surging presence that was extremely eye-catching, allowing Jianshan to sense his location from very far away. At this moment, Jianshan could sense that Aoyama was heading in their direction. He moved extremely quickly. Even though the 8 radiant God Kings beside him traveled as quickly as they could, they were still far too slow compared to Qing Shan. "We're in trouble now." Jianshan's face finally became rather ugly. He did not fear Aoyama, but he could not reveal his strength right now. Jianshan's face sank. The light in his eyes flickered as he struggled to come up with a plan. Oh no, Aoyama has caught up. Before long, Aoyama entered the range of the Divine King's senses as well. The surging presence he gave off that was different from Elder He Tian's immediately allowed the Divine King to determine his identity. Their faces all changed drastically. "He's caught up. He's caught up, run, run!" The 8 Divine Kings' faces became extremely pale as they cried out in fear. The shadow of death enveloped them as great fear filled their hearts. They could no longer care about their mission of protecting the candidate. As a result, the 8 radiant God Kings acted like Shurda's 9 protectors, abandoning Donglin Yenshui and Jianshan and fleeing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 8 protectors around Donglin Yen-shui and Jianshan completely vanished, leaving behind only Jianshan and Donglin Yen-shui. Donglin Yen-shui's complexion became extremely horrible. Her delicate face paled as she stared at the 8 protectors who had vanished. She felt helpless inside. Jianshan also watched the 8 protectors flee by themselves with an ugly expression. Afterward, he arrived before Donglin Yen-shui and said sternly, "We can't stay here. Let's go." He could already sense that Aoyama was getting closer and closer to them. "Aoyama's target should be me. He should be coming for us 5 candidate. Chongyang, don't worry about me. Go." Donglin Yen-shui was sorrowful. Her eyes were filled with despair. She did not hold any hopes of surviving against Aoyama, who could even kill Primordial Realm expert. "Let's go." Jianshan frowned. Afterwards, he called out and grabbed Donglin Yen-shui's hand without saying anything else, shooting towards the dense forest in the distance. Everyone who entered the world of Moon and Star could die, but nothing could happen to Donglin Yen-shui, as she was directly related to whether he could enter the Tower of Radiance or not. Donglin Yen-shui's hand was warm and smooth, but Jianshan did not care about that at all. He held Donglin Yen-shui's soft hand tightly and shot off into the distance. When Donglin Yen-shui sensed that Jianshan had already grabbed her hand, she could not help but tremble slightly. Her heart immediately churned. Although she had been cultivating for a long time, she had never had such intimate physical contact with any man since she was young. Donglin Yen-shui glanced at Jianshan to the side slightly. When she discovered that Jianshan was completely focused on fleeing and did not take advantage of her at all, she gradually calmed down. At the very least, he didn't flee alone like the other protectors, thought Donglin Yen. Donglin Yenshui thought. Her opinion of Jianshan could not help but change slightly. She did not reject Jianshan's action of holding her hand. Suddenly, Jianshan, who was fleeing with Donglin Yenshui's hand, stopped with an ugly expression. He said sternly, "As expected, Qing Shan really is coming for us." At this moment, even Donglin Yen-shui could sense Aoyama's presence. He did not chase after the 8 protectors. Instead, he directly made his way towards her. "His target is me. Run before he gets here. Get as far away as you can." Donglin Yen-shui broke free from Jianshan's hand and said gloomily. Ha ha ha, if you want to escape from me, Aoyama, with your strength, then you're underestimating me, Aoyama. With that, Aoyama's laughter rang out. A black speck even smaller than an ant appeared in the distant horizon. However, in the next moment, the black speck crossed a huge distance and appeared before Donglin Yen Shui and Jianchen. It turned into Aoyama. Jianchen studied Aoyama. He had heard about Aoyama long ago. He was known as the strongest divine king in the saints' world. Moreover, Aoyama was an existence who cultivated both radiant saint force and martial soul force like him. Jianchen seemed composed before Aoyama, but Donglin Yen Shui was in despair. Four-colored primal core cultivation. You should be one of the candidates, right? Tell me your name. Aoyama hovered 3 meters above the ground with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Donglin Yen Shui and spoke coldly. Donglin Yen Shui did not reply. She gritted her teeth and took out a formation disc from her space ring, throwing it to the ground. Immediately, a powerful barrier of energy rose up, enveloping her and Jianchen in a semicircle. This was a defensive formation disc. It was of a high grade and could easily block attacks from Divine King experts. It could even block an attack from a Primordial Realm expert once. The seniors of the Donglin clan had given it to Donglin Yen Shui before she entered the world of Moon and Star. It was her greatest life-saving trump card. Jianchen studied the formation disc and immediately determined that it could only block a single attack from Aoyama. It's fine if you don't want to say it. You should be Donglin Yen Shui as the only woman among the 5 candidates, right? Aoyama looked at what Donglin Yen Shui did indifferently. He did not stop her. In the next moment, killing intent flashed through his eyes and he said coldly, "Since I know who you are, you can follow in Shurda's footsteps." With that, Aoyama extended a finger towards Donglin Yen Shui. Immediately, a powerful streak of energy shot out from Aoyama's fingertip. It struck Donglin Yen Shui's barrier with terrifying power that caused space to tremble. Martial Soul Force. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes the moment Aoyama struck out. At that moment, he could clearly sense the existence of martial soul force. Moreover, it was martial soul force that was countless times more powerful than the martial soul force he possessed. Jianchen immediately became eager. At that moment, he suddenly desired a battle with Aoyama very much. He wanted to understand the mysteries of martial soul force from Aoyama. Bang! Chapter 2369. Even though the energy had been weakened by the formation, making it extremely weak, it was still extremely terrifying to Donglin Yen Shui, who was only a deity. Blood sprayed from Donglin Yen Shui's mouth as she immediately became sheet white. She was heavily injured. At the same time, her soul was affected by the martial soul force. Extremely weak strands of martial soul force wormed their way into her soul and heavily injured it. Donglin Yen Shui only felt an extremely intense pain in her head. In the next moment, she lost consciousness and fainted. She's actually still alive. Aoyama was cold. He had already extended his finger a second time. It also turned into a powerful streak of energy, shooting towards Donglin Yen Shui with terrifying power that could distort space. Jianchen had been paying attention to Donglin Yen Shui's situation at all times. The moment Donglin Yen Shui collapsed, he grabbed her by the shoulders. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw that Donglin Yen Shui had already fainted. At the same time, space distorted slightly as a powerful pulse of energy attacked from up ahead. Aoyama had extended his finger a second time, shooting over with lightning speed. Jianchen did not even glance at Aoyama's second attack. He wrapped an arm around Donglin Yen Shui's shoulders and turned around, facing Aoyama with his back. He protected Donglin Yen Shui with his chest as he extended his right hand behind him as well. Immediately, sharp laws of the sword descended, gathering at the tip of Jianchen's finger in a single instance. It suddenly shot out as a dazzling strand of sword chi. This sword aura appeared to be only the size of a finger. However, it was incomparably powerful. When the sword aura broke through the air, it emitted waves of sharp whistling sounds, causing the surrounding space to distort intensely. Faintly, it appeared as though many cracks were being formed in the void. With Donglin Yen Shui unconscious and the radiant divine king fleeing in all directions, Jianshan finally found an opportunity to strike. The sharp sword qi collided with the streak of energy with martial soul force, erupting with a great boom. The two completely different laws both shattered after the collision, causing powerful ripples of energy to wreak havoc in all directions. Their attacks were terrifying and powerful. They had completely surpassed the level of Divine King, causing the ground to crack and space to distort. Even the space there had almost shattered. Jianshan used his body to protect the unconscious Donglin Yen Shui. As he circulated his chaotic force, he pushed its defenses to the limit. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, allowing him to remain where he was under the violent ripples of energy. He was as immovable as a mountain. On the other side, the azure-robed Qing Shan hovered in the air. There seemed to be a formless energy in front of him, making the incoming shockwaves unable to get close to him at all. At this moment, his eyes shone with scorching light. He stared at Jianshan with shock, surprise, and disbelief. He could not help but cry out, "The laws of the sword!" Aoyama had discovered Jianshan from very far away with the senses of his soul. However, Jianshan only had a one-colored soul core back then, so Aoyama did not take him seriously at all. But now Jianshan, who was clearly a radiant saint master in Aoyama's eyes, had suddenly displayed the power of the laws of the sword. This finally made Aoyama pay attention to Jianshan. Aoyama's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Jianshan. His gaze changed rapidly. Jianshan slowly returned to his senses as well. He stared at Aoyama calmly. But very soon, a sliver of surprise flashed through his heart. He found Aoyama's gaze to be rather strange. It was mixed with some confusion. He did not sense any killing intent from Aoyama's gaze. Instead, he saw a sliver of joy and excitement from Aoyama's rapidly changing gaze. "The senses of the soul earlier came from you?" Aoyama asked after looking at Jianshan for a while. "That's right." Jianshan did not deny it. He stared at Aoyama calmly and asked, "You want to kill Donglin Yen Shui?" "I've come to the world of Moon and Star to kill the 5 candidates of the Radiant Saint Hall and all their protectors so that the Radiant Saint Hall no longer has a chosen saint." Aoyama had already recovered his composure. He stared at Jianshan deeply as he said firmly, "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed because you can't kill Donglin Yen Shui," Jianshan said calmly. Aoyama frowned when he heard that. He stared at Jianshan sharply and growled, "You want to protect her? You're not weak, but you're still not at the primordial realm. Do you think you have the ability?" "I do." "All right. Then let me see just how capable you are," Aoyama called out. His presence skyrocketed, surging into the sky. It caused the clouds to churn and the space there to distort. Jianshan's gaze gradually sharpened as well. He lowered his head and glanced at the unconscious Donglin Yen Shui, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. With a thought, the laws of space revolved around her in a single instance, wrapping around Donglin Yen Shui and vanishing. "The laws of space," Aoyama called out. A strange light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He could clearly sense that Jianshan had already sent Yen Shui to the center of a mountain several hundred kilometers away with the laws of space. The center of the mountain was originally the territory of a pangolin. It was an early overgod, but when Donglin Yen Shui was sent there by the laws of space, the pangolin had been slashed apart by a spatial blade that had suddenly appeared. After sending Yen Shui to safety, Jianshan struck out decisively, launching an attack at Aoyama. At that moment, a supreme sword intent radiated from his body. It seemed to be endless as it gathered from all directions. Jianshan seemed to have become a supreme sword that had been stabbed into the ground. Then, his body began to shine with blinding light. With a powerful sword intent that caused the space to tremble, he stabbed towards Qing Shan. This was the first time Jianshan had truly struck out after his soul had fused with chaotic force. As soon as he struck out, the might was enough to shake the surroundings. When the sword qi shot out, it ripped through space, forming black cracks of various sizes. The cold sword qi reduced the surrounding vegetation to dust and reduced the rocks to dust. Even the ground beneath his feet was shaved off layer by layer from the sword qi, causing it to sink in. Although Jianshan's comprehension of the laws of the sword had not broken through, remaining at the great perfection of sword spirit, his battle prowess had increased by far too much compared to before. Moreover, Jianshan could clearly sense that not only had his usage of Radiant Saint Force become easier after his soul had changed, but his grasp over the laws of the sword had increased as well. As a result, his affinity with the laws of the sword had reached an extremely great level. Aoyama became stern. He bellowed out as terrifying energy surged through his body, gathering in his right hand. He formed a sword with his right hand and swung it down with extremely dense martial soul force. Chapter 2370. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. The moment Aoyama struck out, he immediately felt a powerful strand of martial soul force shoot out. It tore through his protective light like a hot knife through butter and collided with his soul. The martial soul force specialized in attacking the soul. It was a power completely different from origin energy, so it was impossible to defend against. Even with Jianshan's abilities, he was unable to find a way to block it. However, Jianshan was no ordinary cultivator either. Ignoring the fact that he had fused with a strand of chaotic force, his soul had undergone an unbelievable change. He was also in existence who could use martial soul force. As a result, when the presence of martial soul force tore through Jianshan's defenses and came in contact with his soul, Jianshan did not feel any discomfort at all. The effects of Aoyama's martial soul force on Jianshan had been reduced to a minimum. He was basically immune to it. Boom. At the same time, Jianshan turned into a sword and collided with Aoyama's finger with resplendent light, erupting with a great boom. Immediately, an even more powerful strand of martial soul force suddenly arrived. Like a huge python, it ignored all of Jianshan's defenses and struck Jianshan's soul. This strand of martial soul force was much more powerful than before. Even the souls of primordial realm experts would be severely affected by it. However, Jianshan remained the same as before. He was not affected at all. The threat that martial soul force posed to him was not as terrifying as other cultivators. However, Aoyama's attack was not just martial soul force. His finger also possessed devastating power. When the power came in contact with Jianshan's sword qi, it immediately shattered the sword qi, turning it into scattered sword qi that shot off in all directions like rain. Aoyama's finger, on the other hand, carried the remaining power and did not slow down in the slightest as it pierced towards Jianshan's chest. Jianshan's eyes narrowed. The power of Aoyama's finger was much stronger than he had imagined. However, he was not flustered at all. He calmly dealt with it. He pointed his finger at the sky, and immediately, his entire aura changed. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the heavens and the earth, transforming into the great Tao of the heavens and the earth, becoming a supreme existence that controlled the heavens and the earth. The sword qi that had already collapsed in the void and shot out like raindrops in all directions paused at this moment. It was as if they had been summoned by something. They gathered towards Jianshan at an even faster speed. In an instant, a resplendent sword light was formed above Jianshan's head. It tore through the void and mercilessly slashed towards Aoyama's finger. At this moment, Jianshan was completely using his control over the laws of the sword. Now that his strength had reached such a level, the various sword techniques he had grasped in the past were completely useless due to their grade. "You're even more powerful than I imagined," Aoyama called out. The trajectory of the finger that originally stabbed towards Jianshan's chest suddenly changed. He used two of his fingers as a sword to catch Jianshan's sword qi. He smiled strangely. Martial soul technique strip. With that, a wondrous strand of martial soul force immediately shot out from Aoyama's forehead. It turned into an invisible blade that landed on Jianshan's sword chi. Jianshan's face suddenly changed. He was shocked. At that moment, he suddenly discovered that his connection with the sword chi had been severed. The strand of sword chi condensed from his laws of the sword was no longer under his control. Aoyama had stripped it of his control. Martial soul force actually has such a wondrous use? Jianshan was surprised. At this moment, the strand of sword chi condensed by Jianshan stabbed towards Jianshan under Aoyama's control. That was not all. Aoyama clenched his right hand into a fist, and terrifying energy surged from it. He punched out, smashing towards Jianshan right after the sword chi. Jianshan showed no fear. He circulated chaotic force and the laws of strength descended. He also punched out with unimaginable force. The power of his punch had reached the limit. The space before him shattered like a mirror the moment he struck out. The origin energy in the surroundings collapsed from the punch. The moment the sword chi that Aoyama had stripped away came in contact with Jianshan's fist, it began to disperse inch by inch from the tip of the sword. Afterwards, Jianshan's fist did not slow down at all. It collided with Aoyama's fist with a terrifying force. Bang! A heavy boom rang out in the surroundings. The collision between the two of them this time was extremely terrifying. It formed a dazzling shockwave that expanded in all directions from the two of them. Wherever it passed by, everything vanished. All the mountains within a radius of 100 kilometers were reduced to ashes, and the ground caved in. Aoyama was blown away by Jianshan's punch. He flew several kilometers in the air before finally coming to a halt. His vital energy surged, and he almost lost all feeling in his right arm. He immediately stared at Jianshan in surprise and called out, "The laws of strength. You've actually grasped the laws of the sword, space, and strength at the same time, and you've reached the level of the Divine King in all three of them. No, even the laws of strength can't increase your strength to such a terrifying level. It's your body. Your body possesses extraordinary strength in the first place." Jianshan said nothing. The space around him pulsed gently, and he vanished in a single moment. He used the laws of space to perform a short-distance teleportation, appearing behind Aoyama in the blink of an eye. He brought his hands together, and an even more powerful strand of sword chi suddenly appeared between his hands. It stabbed towards Aoyama's back with the power to rip through space. Aoyama shivered inside. The strand of sword chi was so powerful that he dared not to underestimate it. Before the sword chi had even approached him, he felt like countless strands of sword chi had drifted around him, forming a dense encirclement around him. He felt piercing pain all over his body. Even the cyan gown he wore was riddled with sword scars. At that moment, he felt like he had entered a domain of the sword. Invisible strands of sword chi were everywhere. Soul Mountain Seal. Aoyama bellowed out. He formed a seal with his hands, and an illusionary mountain appeared above his head. It was hazy, as if it was shrouded in mist. It was impossible to see clearly. However, on this mountain, there was a terrifying power that could suppress heaven and earth. The illusionary mountain rapidly descended. Its might was vast and soul-stirring, causing the space below to suddenly freeze. It crushed down towards Jianshan like a hot knife through butter. Jianshan's body sank. At that moment, he felt like a mysterious power had enveloped him, forming an unbreakable restraint. He was unable to dodge the pressure of the illusionary mountain at all. He could only endure it forcefully. Jianshan became stern. The sword chi that had stabbed towards Aoyama's back suddenly shot towards the sky. It turned into a bolt of lightning and collided with the illusionary mountain. At the same time, he condensed the laws of strength around him. He used his greatest strength to punch the sky. Bang! 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 Chapter 2371. Afterwards, Jianshan transformed into a sword. He shone with surging light as he stabbed out like a sword. At the same time, he used the laws of strength and the laws of space at the same time, controlling the power of the three laws in battle. Sword light soared into the sky outside, blooming with light that illuminated the world. Inside, he was supported by the laws of strength, making his physical strength terrifyingly strong. The laws of space increased his speed to the limit, making the power of his attack extremely shocking. He was not at the primordial realm, but the power in his strike was enough to kill primordial realm experts. Ha ha ha, nice. Aoyama showed no fear in the face of Jianshin's shocking strike. As he laughed aloud, his presence suddenly skyrocketed, and he struck out with his full strength as well. He used a secret technique and struck out with a shocking strike, causing the sky to collapse. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. Every time they collided, every time they clashed, a deafening boom would erupt. Terrifying and violent storms of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, creating cracks in space one after another. They fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the depths of the earth. They fought as they retreated, fighting several tens of thousand kilometers away. Along the way, all the plants had been reduced to dust. Mountains collapsed one after another, vanishing one after another. They had been reduced to dust by the powerful shock waves of energy, filling the air with dust. On the ground, streaks of fiery red lava spewed out from the depths of the ground into the sky with a high temperature, illuminating the entire sky red. The attacks from Jianshin and Qing Shan missed from time to time, striking the ground below and piercing several thousand kilometers into the very depths of the earth. As a result, the magma buried deep underground was no longer as calm as before. Both Jianshin and Aoyama were quite injured now that the battle had reached such a state. Their clothes were dyed with blood. Aoyama was enveloped by a milky white light. This was radiant Saint Force. Under the envelopment of radiant Saint Force, his wounds healed at a visible rate. He healed as he fought. Even though Jianshin did not use radiant Saint Force to heal, the powerful regeneration of his chaotic force was fully unleashed. As a result, his rate of recovery was no slower than Aoyama's. As the two of them engaged in an intense battle, the three groups led by Jianshin, Xianbing, and Enda, as well as the protectors who had abandoned Donglin, Yan Shui, and Jianshin all stopped. They raised their heads and stared in the direction of the battle between Jianshin and Aoyama from afar. The light in their eyes flickered. "What's going on? Why have you all stopped?" The candidate, Jianshin, called out to the protectors beside him. His face was filled with undisguised anxiety, as well as some fear. This was fear towards Aoyama. "Young Master Xian, there are experts fighting in the distance. The shock waves from the battle are extremely terrifying, causing the surroundings to change. Even from millions of kilometers away, we can sense it clearly," a protector beside Jianshin said in fright. "One of them should be Aoyama of the martial soul lineage, but who's the other person? It doesn't matter who he is, but we can be certain that he's even more powerful than Elder Hetian. The disturbance from his battle with Aoyama is even greater than Elder Hetian's. Has the Sacred Hall received the news and sent experts over?" The light in their eyes flickered, and they looked at one another. Afterwards, one of them suggested, "Since Aoyama has already been kept busy, there's no need for us to be afraid. Let's go. Let's go see who's fighting against Aoyama." Afterwards, a few of the protectors immediately flew towards where Jianshin and Aoyama were fighting. The remaining people remained behind to protect Jianshin. When they moved, Anda's group made the same arrangements. Only Xianbin's group did not send any protectors to investigate under the insistence of the candidate. Instead, they continued to flee into the distance. The protectors who had abandoned Yan Shui all turned around without any exception, approaching the battlefield in the distance. The shock waves from the battle are so intense. Aoyama must have encountered an opponent even more powerful than Elder Hetian. The Sacred Hall must have learnt about the situation in the world of moon and star and sent experts to deal with Aoyama. Aoyama can't even take care of himself right now. Let's hurry over and see if we can find an opportunity to kill Aoyama. Killing Aoyama of the martial soul lineage will be a great merit. The protectors all had their own thoughts. They no longer fled. Instead, they approached Aoyama proactively through the shockwaves from the battle. Boom! 10 million kilometers away, Jianshan and Aoyama were both blown away by the powerful recoil after their clash. When Aoyama stabilized himself, a black sword suddenly appeared in his hand with a flip of his hand. It gave off the might of a god artifact, and he called out, "Soul-slaying sword, low-quality god artifact." Even the elder of the Sacred Hall, who just died at my hands, did not have the right to make me use this sword. You, on the other hand, have the right to make me use this sword. I hope you don't disappoint me. With that, Aoyama swung his sword, sending out a pitch-black streak of sword chi towards Jianshan. After using the god artifact, Aoyama's battle prowess reached a whole new level once again. With a swing of his sword, a pitch-black crack several meters long appeared in space. Jianshan was stern. At this moment, he no longer held back. With a flip of his hand, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways suddenly appeared. As he poured in his chaotic force, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways immediately shone with resplendent starlight. Illusionary stars appeared one after another. Every time a star was condensed, the power of the 9-star sword of heavenly ways would increase. A total of 6 illusionary stars shone from the 9-star sword of heavenly ways one after another. Jianshan also swung his sword. Immediately, starlight filled the sky. It seemed like endless starlight had descended, colliding with the soul-slaying sword loudly. The clash between the two god artifacts was even more shocking. When the terrifying energy collided, a deafening boom rang out. The space where the two god artifacts collided collapsed, forming a black hole that was a meter wide. The powerful recoil and shockwave wreaked havoc, forcing Jianshan and Aoyama to stagger backwards. Aoyama's face was pale. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he stared at Jianshan with shining eyes. He laughed aloud. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways. It really is you. Before him, Jianshan was emotionless. His eyes were cold. He knew that Aoyama had already discovered his true identity, but he was not surprised. When he made up his mind to protect Donglin Yanshui, he had already prepared himself for the consequences of having his identity exposed. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways in Jianshan's hand suddenly trembled. It shone with resplendent starlight as he glared at Aoyama. Just when he was about to continue fighting Aoyama, he suddenly frowned. He glanced around, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the obstructions of space, allowing him to see what was happening extremely far away. He had already sensed that quite a few divine King of Light were rapidly approaching him from 4 different directions. Even though they were still several million kilometers away, they would arrive before long with their speed as divine kings. As a matter of fact, their souls could even envelop this place with ease. However, the space there was filled with extremely violent storms of energy, preventing the senses of their souls from approaching. The approach of these people made Jianshan give up on continuing his battle with Aoyama. He stowed the 9-star sword of heavenly ways away and said coldly, "Aoyama, I'll fight you another day." With that, the power of the laws of space immediately pulsed where Jianshan was. In the next moment, he vanished. He had left. Jianshan used the laws of space to teleport 1,000 kilometers away. Afterwards, with a few flashes, he arrived 10,000 kilometers away as quickly as he could. He picked up the unconscious Donglin Yanshui and flew off into the distance. Aoyama hovered in the air with the soul-slaying sword in his hand. He did not stop Jianshan from leaving. His eyes were extremely bright as he watched Jianshan fly off into the distance with a strange light. He smiled and said, "I've actually encountered the 8th martial soul force expert here. However, His battle prowess is so great that it even surprises me. What a surprise. It's just a pity that he doesn't know how to use martial soul force at all. Chapter 2372. With that, Aoyama turned into an azure blur and shot through the air. He shot towards the Divine King, who approached from the surroundings with lightning-like speed. He did not seem to be worried about disturbing the Divine King at all. As he flew through the air, he gave off a powerful presence that blanketed the surroundings. In the distance, the protectors of the 4 candidates approached the battlefield with lightning speed from 4 different directions. The shock waves from the battle between Jianchen and Aoyama were just too powerful. They had completely surpassed the Divine King's level of cultivation. As a result, the scattered Divine King all believed that the Sacred Hall had sent experts to deal with Aoyama. After all, they had already learnt from the elders that the Sacred Hall had already dealt with the vicious beasts in the world of Moon and Star before they had come. Among the vicious beasts that remained, the strongest were only Divine Kings. It was impossible for existences that surpassed the Divine King's level of cultivation to appear. As a result, they immediately connected the shock waves from the battle between the primordial realm experts to the Sacred Hall's reinforcements. I wonder which elder has entered the world of Moon and Star, but no matter who it is, Aoyama is done for. Since the Sacred Hall already knows that Aoyama is here, the elder that has come to reinforce him definitely has the ability to kill Aoyama. There's already an elder from the Sacred Hall here. Aoyama is done for anyway. If that's the case, I have to put on a good performance before this elder. If I can be of any use, it'll be a great merit. I'll be able to earn a tremendous amount of merit. The light in the eyes of the Divine King who rushed towards the battlefield flickered as they all had their own thoughts. But very soon, one of the groups suddenly came to a halt. They stared straight ahead as surprise and doubt filled their faces. They had already sensed that a terrifying aura, so powerful that it made them tremble in fear, was approaching them at an extraordinary speed. Moreover, what made them feel even more shocked and uneasy was that they were familiar with the owner of the presence. It was Aoyama's presence. Oh no, Aoyama is heading towards us. Where's the elder that fought Aoyama? Why can't I sense his presence anymore? The elder's presence has vanished. Oh no, run! Run! The faces of the radiant god-kings paled in shock as they fled in the opposite direction as quickly as they could in fright. Behind them, Aoyama's eyes were cold. He sneered as he pursued them. He moved extremely quickly, crossing 1,000 kilometers in a single instant. He completely surpassed the Divine King who had erupted with their greatest speed. Very soon, he caught up to the first Divine King. He struck out decisively and mercilessly, wiping out a mid-Divine King's soul with a single strike. Afterwards, he did not stop at all. He continued in pursuit of the remaining Divine Kings. At the same time, the calm space in a mountain forest several million kilometers away suddenly rippled like water. Jianchen silently appeared there with the unconscious Donglin Shui in his arms. After several short-distance teleportations, Jianchen had already traveled far away from where he fought Qing Shan. He held Donglin Yenshui in his arms as he stared into the distance, as if he was looking at Qing Shan from afar. The light in his eyes flickered, and after a slight hesitation, he did not stay any longer. He continued off into the distance. At this moment, a pained moan rang out from Jianchen's arms. Donglin Yenshui had already woken up slowly. She opened her eyes weakly and saw Jianchen's face with a single glance. Her eyes immediately became slightly dazed. Jianchen immediately slowed down, maintaining the speed of a radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core. He crossed the mountains and ran across the ground with Donglin Yenshui in his arms. He said, "You're awake." Donglin Yenshui recovered very quickly. She immediately sensed that she was in Jianchen's arms, which immediately made her blush. A smear of embarrassment appeared in her eyes. However, in the next moment, her mind suddenly shuddered. She stared around with her bright eyes and asked nervously, Where's Aoyama? He didn't kill us? How did we escape? Jianchen chuckled when he heard that. We were lucky. Just when Aoyama was about to kill us, a vicious beast suddenly appeared. The vicious beast seemed to have grievances with Aoyama, so it engaged in a great battle with Aoyama. I fled with you in my arms during the chaos, so we managed to survive. Donglin Yen Shui firmly believed Jianchen's explanation. She said in joy, the vicious beast's strength should have reached the peak of the Divine King, or it would have been impossible for it to be Aoyama's opponent. How close! If it weren't for the vicious beast that suddenly appeared, we probably wouldn't have survived until now. With that, Donglin Yen Shui suddenly realized that she was still in Jianchen's arms. She immediately blushed and said softly, Chongyang, let me down. Jianchen paused. He lowered his head and looked at Donglin Yen Shui. He said sternly, You're very heavily injured. You probably can't travel alone. Are you sure you want to let me down? Donglin Yen Shui was actually afraid to look into Jianchen's eyes when she was stared at by Jianchen. She nodded with a red face. All right. But you need to know that Aoyama isn't too far away from us right now. We can't stay here any longer, just in case he catches up, said Chongyang. He held Donglin Yen Shui's slender waist with one hand as he steadied Donglin Yen Shui and slowly placed her on the ground. Donglin Yen Shui immediately became flustered when she felt Jianchen's thick and powerful arms. Her heart began to thump uncontrollably, and her face that was already red became even redder. It seemed like blood was about to ooze out of her. Donglin Yen Shui struggled to stand on the ground. However, as soon as she took a small step, she could not help but cry out in pain. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. She had taken on an attack from Aoyama. Even though the attack had been blocked by the formation, less than 1/100th of its power had actually landed on Donglin Yen Shui. It was still enough to heavily injure Donglin Yen Shui. She could not even walk. Jianchen reacted quickly. He caught Donglin Yen Shui in a single step and said helplessly, You can't even stand right now. You can't travel alone. Let me carry you. Donglin Yen Shui avoided Jianchen's gaze. She did not dare to look at him at all. She gritted her teeth gently as she struggled inside. Chapter 2373. Compared to Donglin Yen Shui's girlish shyness, Jianchen seemed extremely calm. His breathing was steady and his mind was calm. He slid his left arm under Donglin Yen Shui's armpit and placed it under her shoulder blade. He placed his right hand under Donglin Yen Shui's knee, and with a slight force, he lifted Donglin Yen Shui up again. Donglin Yen Shui's body immediately stiffened. Although she had cultivated for quite some time, her mental age was equivalent to a 20-year-old girl. Just the contact of her hand with a man was enough to make her blush, let alone being carried by a man. As a result, Donglin Yen Shui's face had already reddened. In particular, she basically pressed her head against Jianchen's chest when she was so close to him. She could even clearly smell the unique presence of a man from Jianchen. For a moment, Donglin Yen Shui felt her head spin. She was stunned. Jianchen was calm. A pair of wings condensed from radiant saint force appeared on his back. With a flap of the wings, he flew close to the ground with Donglin Yen Shui in his arms. He completely demonstrated the abilities of a radiant saint master with a one-colored soul core. I hope Aoyama doesn't chase after me in the short term, or I'll probably be exposed to Donglin Yen Shui. Even though a beauty was in his arms, Jianchen did not have any other thoughts. At this moment, he was slightly worried as he prayed inside. Donglin Yen Shui's success or failure was directly related to whether he could enter the Tower of Radiance or not. As a result, Donglin Yen Shui could not die in the world of Moon and Star. Now that Donglin Yen Shui was heavily injured, she could not even take simple actions. If Aoyama chased after her at this moment, she definitely would not be able to endure a single strike from him. Jianchen needed to step forward. However, Donglin Yen Shui had already woken up. If he revealed his strength before Donglin Yen Shui, his identity would definitely be exposed. As a result, Jianchen worried about Oyama chasing after them the most at this moment. Donglin Yen Shui gradually returned to normal in Jianchen's arms. Even though she was very reluctant, she knew that she could not change anything. As a result, she could only slowly accept the fact that she was in Jianchen's arms. Donglin Yen Shui studied Jianchen secretly. When she discovered that Jianchen only cared about traveling and had no other thoughts, her opinion of Jianchen could not help but change slightly once again. Although he became my protector because he wanted to get close to me with ulterior motives, at the very least, he didn't abandon me in a moment of life and death like the other 8 protectors. When I was injured by Qing Shan and fell unconscious, he didn't abandon me and flee by himself either. Donglin Yenshu thought. Unknowingly, Jianchen had become more and more pleasing to the eye. Even she did not realize that Jianchen had become more and more pleasing to the eye. Even when she was in Jianchen's arms, she did not feel much resistance from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui sniffed Jianchen's chest as hard as she could. She immediately became surprised and thought, "There's the smell of blood." Afterwards, for some reason, Donglin Yen Shui actually tore open Jianchen's clothes. Immediately, a few vicious wounds appeared. Jianchen had naturally suffered a few wounds from his battle with Aoyama. A portion of the wounds had completely healed under the powerful regeneration of the chaotic body, without leaving behind any scars at all. However, there were still a few more severe wounds that had not healed completely due to the short amount of time that had passed. Although he had changed into a set of clean clothes as soon as possible, he did not manage to wash off the smell of blood on him. As a result, Donglin Yen Shui smelled it and found it immediately. "You're injured." Donglin Yen Shui's face changed when she saw the vicious wounds. "It's just some small wounds. It's nothing." Jianchen did not care at all. However, he grumbled inside. He had never thought that Donglin Yen Shui would suddenly change her mind, boldly tearing open his clothes and exposing his wounds. The Donglin Yen Shui he knew was not like this. "Does it hurt?" Donglin Yen Shui looked at the wounds with mixed feelings and asked softly. He was clearly injured, yet he had to act like nothing was wrong, taking her along with him. At that moment, Donglin Yenshue's heartstrings seemed to have been tugged. Jianchen came to a halt. He lowered his head and stared at Donglin Yashue strangely. Since when had Donglin Yen Shui become so concerned about him? Sensing Jianchen's strange gaze, Donglin Yen Shui also realized that she had been overly concerned. She blushed slightly and covered up Jianchen's wounds again. She called out gently, "What are you standing there for? Let's hurry up. If Aoyama catches up, none of us will survive." A while later, Donglin Yen Shui could not help but say, "Why don't we stop for a while and heal your wounds first so that they don't worsen? It's just a flesh wound. It's nothing." The two of them remained silent along the way. Jianchen carried Donglin Yen Shui for 3 days and 3 nights as fast as he could with his one-colored soul core. Only then did he act like he was exhausted and find an extremely well-hidden cave to stop. After all, the strength of a one-colored soul core was extremely limited. Traveling at such a high speed for 3 days and 3 nights had already reached the limits of what a radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core could endure. If he continued on, it would be very easy for him to be exposed, so he needed to stop. The gloomy cave was silent. A fist-sized luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling provided some light. It was possible to make out Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui through the dim light. The two of them sat separately. Jianchen had already closed his eyes to recover, using radiant saint force to heal his wounds. In reality, he had already made a full recovery from his wounds thanks to the regeneration of the chaotic body. He only continued to use radiant saint force to heal for Donglin Yen Shui so that he could find a reasonable explanation for his wound. Before him, Donglin Yen Shui sat on the ground with her arms around her knees. She looked at Jianchen with mixed feelings. She stared at Jianchen like that until Jianchen finished recovering. "You've recovered?" Jianchen opened his eyes and looked at Donglin Yanshui. He asked even though he already knew the answer. Donglin Yanshui was gloomy. She said helplessly, "My soul has been injured by martial soul force, so I can't use radiant saint force. There's even a sliver of martial soul force left in me. Although I've suppressed it with pills, it's also stopped my wounds from healing. As long as the martial soul force remains, I won't be able to recover." Chapter 2374. In other words, I'll have to carry you for the next few days. Jianchen stared at Donglin Yanshui as if he was smiling when he heard that. He naturally knew about Donglin Yanshui's injuries. When she was injured by Aoyama, there was indeed a sliver of martial soul force within her, preventing her from recovering. Although he was completely capable of purging the sliver of martial soul force within Donglin Yanshui with his ability, he would never do that because he would face the risk of being exposed if he did. After all, he was playing the role of a radiant saint master with a one-colored soul core. It was impossible for a radiant saint master with a one-colored soul core to possess such an ability. Donglin Yanshui blushed slightly when she heard Jianchen's teasing. She lowered her head and remained silent. She also understood that as long as she did not recover, she would not be able to travel alone. She really would have to rely on Jianchen for a very long time in the world of moon and star. After a moment of silence, Donglin Yanshui said gently, "Elder He Tian's whereabouts are unknown. He's probably encountered a mishap. The current world of moon and star has become a place where Aoyama can do whatever he wants. As a result, we'll probably be hunted down by Aoyama in the next few days. With our strength, we'll definitely be doomed if Aoyama finds us. The world of moon and star has only just opened. Unless the elders of the Sacred Hall learn about the situation in the world of moon and star, they won't be able to make the world of moon and star open earlier. Otherwise, we'll have to wait a year. I wonder if the two of us can last until then." Donglin Yanshui sighed gently. Her face was filled with worry. Her current situation had already become a hopeless situation in her eyes. She basically could not see any hope of escaping. The trip to the realm of moon and star should have been a very safe one for her as a candidate. After all, she had the protection of the 9 great Tao protectors. Even if she were to encounter extremely powerful ferocious beasts, she would be able to easily kill them. Even if she were to encounter extremely powerful ferocious beasts, she would still be able to escape unscathed. All she needed to do was to focus on searching for the Holy Light Origin Pearls. However, Aoyama's sudden intrusion had completely disrupted this year's trial. Not only did her 8 guardians leave her and flee for their lives, even she, as one of the candidates, had to constantly face the nightmare of being killed by Aoyama. In addition, there were many ferocious beasts hiding in various places within the realm of moon and star. Some of the more powerful ones even possessed the battle prowess of a peak divine king. Beside her was Chongyang, who only had a one-colored soul core. With such a weak cultivation, he was basically useless in the world of moon and star. He could not even deal with a single vicious beast that appeared, which made Donglin Yanshui despair. "Don't be so pessimistic. Aren't we still alive and well right now?" Jianchen comforted her. He sighed inside when he saw Donglin Yanshui's despair. He continued, "Don't worry. The other hallowed saint masters who have entered the world of moon and star this time might die, but we will definitely leave here alive." Jianchen's comforting words were clearly useless. Donglin Yanshui did not treat his words with any importance at all. What use could a radiant saint master with a one-colored soul core be in the world of moon and star? Jianchen and Donglin Yanshui did not stay for long. Very soon, he continued on his way with Donglin Yanshui in his arms. He condensed a pair of radiant wings and flew towards the depths of the world of moon and star at the limit of his speed with a one-colored soul core. Along the way, Jianchen sensed the presences of many vicious beasts. Basically all of them possessed the battle prowess of godhood. There were very few below godhood. Under Jian Chen's deliberate actions, he calmly avoided all the vicious beasts he came across along the way. As a matter of fact, he even expanded the senses of his soul from time to monitor the movements of the vicious beasts in order to ensure that he would not be disturbed by a single vicious beast along the way. The senses of his soul were so powerful that they completely surpassed all the divine king that had entered the world of Moon and Star. As a result, all the vicious beasts in the world of Moon and Star were unable to hide from his senses, including the peak divine king existences. As a result, Jianchen did not come across a single vicious beast as he carried Donglin Yen Shui along the way. There's another Radiant Origin Pearl. This is the 6th Radiant Origin Pearl I've come across. It's just a pity that these Radiant Origin Pearls are protected by vicious beasts. Even the weakest one possesses the battle prowess of an overgod, so it's difficult to collect them under Donglin Yen Shui's watch. Jianchen glanced to his left casually. A Radiant Origin Pearl was placed in a gloomy cave 100 kilometers in that direction. A huge ape that stood 10 meters tall played around with the resplendent Radiant Origin Pearl. At this moment, Jianchen suddenly came to a halt. He stared ahead with shining eyes as he gradually became stern. A dense, white mist that connected the sky and earth appeared on the distant horizon. At this moment, the dense, white mist expanded towards Jianchen's location extremely quickly. The white mist surged, completely connecting with the sky and earth. It seemed to have become a boundless curtain. It was strange, like a group of ghosts silently moving over. At the same time, the roars of beasts suddenly rang out in Jianchen's surroundings. The roars were filled with fear and great unease. The senses of Jianchen's soul burst out of his body and enveloped a range of several million kilometers in a single instance. He could clearly see vicious beasts constantly roar out in fear. They all left their territories and fled in the opposite direction of the white mist. Even the huge ape that played around with the Radiant Origin Pearl 100 kilometers away from Jianchen roared out. It tossed aside the Radiant Origin Pearl and suddenly fled from its territory, fleeing into the distance. At this moment, Jianchen could clearly feel the ground tremble. This was caused by the huge, vicious beasts running across the ground. All the vicious beasts seemed to fear the white mist that drifted over from afar. They abandoned their territories and fled in panic. What's happening? Donglin Yen Shui also discovered that something was amiss in Jianchen's arms. She looked around before locking onto the mist in the distance in the end. Her face was filled with unease. The white mist up ahead is extremely strange, said Jianchen. He stared at the white mist, and his face gradually became stern. The senses of his soul were actually unable to penetrate the mist. What is the white mist? It can actually make so many vicious beasts uneasy. Not good, that strange white fog is approaching us. Donglin Yen Shui became extremely stern. Before they had come, the elders had never mentioned anything about the white mist, so she knew nothing about it. Chongyang, what do we do now? Donglin Yenshui had no idea what to do at all. Having been born into a noble family, she had grown up under the protection of her seniors. She had never faced a hopeless situation alone. Now that she was in danger, she immediately lost her mind. However, when she saw how composed Jianchen was and how he did not panic at all, for some reason, her flustered heart calmed down slightly. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered as he stared at the white mist that blotted out the sky. He said, "The white mist is just too vast, and it moves extremely quickly. We don't have enough time to make a detour around it. As a result, there are only two paths before us. Apart from retreating and returning the way we came, we can only charge into the mist. If we return the way we came, it's extremely likely that we'll run into Oyama again. As a result, we can only charge into the mist." Jianchen quickly made up his mind. In the next moment, he carried Donglin Yen Shui and charged into the mist without looking back. P.S. Xiaoyao has posted a picture of Jianchen's junior sister, Bai Yu, on his public account. To those who want to see it, please follow Xiaoyao's public account on WeChat, Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. Pinyin is the pseudonym of Xiaoyao, Xinxing. There's also a number for the police, or you can directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the public account. To those who don't know how to follow public accounts, you can open the contact list of your public account. You'll see the menu for public accounts. You can click it, press the plus sign in the upper right corner, and directly search for the public account mentioned above. Xiaoyao's public account had already been updated with many pictures. Replying to EXN will bring up the picture of the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, EXN. Replying to Mo Tianyun will reveal the Empyrean Demon Lord's true appearance. There are even more pictures of other characters. They are all in historical information. To those who don't know how to find historical information, you can just reply to historical information. Chapter 2375. Coincidentally, just when Jianchen charged into the mist with Donglin Yen Shui, the mist gradually slowed down before completely stopping. It did not expand any further. Afterwards, the strange mist that seemed to have fused with the surroundings gradually thinned out. It became fainter and fainter. It was even possible to vaguely make out the scenery within the mist. Finally, after around a minute, the strange mist that had appeared silently completely vanished from the world of moon and star, allowing the surroundings to clear up again. However, strangely, Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui had vanished after charging into the mist. They had completely vanished. Jianchen experienced a strange feeling the moment he stepped into the mist. He felt like he had left the world of moon and star and entered another world. Of course, this feeling only lingered for a split second before he cast it to the back of his head. He began to study the mist instead. Jianchen's gaze became extremely sharp. At that moment, his eyes were like lanterns that shone brightly as he scanned the surroundings. However, he discovered very soon that he was unable to see through the mist with his eyes. The layer of mist was extremely strange. It seemed to contain a mysterious power. Even with Jian Chen's eyesight, he struggled to see more than a meter away. After all, he could clearly see everything within 1,000,000 kilometers with his eyes alone in the world of moon and star. However, in this place, the distance he could see was no more than 1 meter. Not only that, even his divine sense was completely useless in this fog. Once it left his body, it would lose all its effects. At this moment, it was no exaggeration to describe Jianchen's situation as that of a blind man. Chongyang, I can't see anything here. At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui's slightly flustered and uneasy voice rang out. Jianchen immediately felt a strange sensation from his neck. Donglin Yen Shui's arms had already wrapped around his neck tightly. Even through Donglin Yen Shui's hands, Jianchen could clearly sense Donglin Yen Shui's deep unease. There's something strange about the mist. I can't see anything either, Jianchen said calmly. He had become vigilant long ago. Since the appearance of the mist could make all the vicious beasts in the world of moon and star uneasy, it meant that the mist was definitely not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. There was definitely some fatal danger hidden within. However, Jianchen showed no fear. With his strength, there were very few existences that could pose a threat to him in the world of moon and star. Even if he really did come across some insurmountable danger, he still had the Anata Tower as his final trump card. Jianchen carried Donglin Yen Shui as he advanced through the mist in a straight line. He had no sense of time or direction. He had even lost his sense of distance. He had no idea how long he had traveled through the mist, nor did he know how far he had traveled. The expected danger did not appear. His journey was extraordinarily smooth and peaceful. At this moment, a faint, azure light suddenly appeared in the white mist before Jianchen. Jianchen's eyes immediately narrowed. The azure light was so eye-catching and bright in the snow-white mist that it immediately attracted his attention. Jianchen hesitated slightly before speeding up. He flew in the direction of the azure light. As Jianchen rapidly approached it, the azure light became more and more dazzling. At that moment, it seemed like a lamp in the darkness, guiding Jianchen. In the end, Jianchen charged out of the mist under the guidance of the azure light. His vision immediately cleared up. In front of him was a majestic bronze divine hall that was filled with the presence of mulberry granaries. It stood there silently like a primordial beast from the primordial times. The entire divine hall was filled with the presence of time, as if it had existed for countless years. This bronze divine hall was situated in the middle of the dense fog. The green light emitted from its body seemed to carry a mysterious force that dispersed the surrounding fog. I never thought that there would be a place like this hidden in the world of moon and star. Jianchen stared at the divine hall in a daze. After a while of thought, he asked, Donglin Yen Shui, you possess an extraordinary status in the Radiant Saint Hall. Do you know anything about this bronze divine hall? He did not receive a reply to his question. When he lowered his head, he discovered that Donglin Yen Shui's eyes were tightly shut. She had already fainted at some point in time. Jianchen raised his head and looked at the bronze divine hall before looking at the churning mist behind him. He frowned slightly. If he returned the way he had come, he would probably become lost in the mist. This was because he had no sense of direction at all in the strange mist. He would not be able to find his way out at all. As a result, he could only continue onwards. After making up his mind, Jianchen immediately carried the unconscious Donglin Yen Shui and continued onwards. He approached the bronze divine hall. When he climbed up the long stairs of the divine hall and stood in front of the 1,000-foot-tall door, the tightly shut door of the divine hall actually slowly opened with a series of low rumbles. Immediately, a desolate and ancient aura turned into a cool gust of wind that surged out of the bronze divine hall. Jianchen could not help but close his eyes. He was completely submerged in it. Under the cleansing of the presence, he felt like he had been through countless years, as if countless years had passed in a single instance. A while later, when he opened his eyes again and looked at the bronze divine hall with its door open, his gaze immediately deepened. The mysterious bronze divine hall that had existed for who knows how long had actually opened its door for him. He had already realized that it was not a coincidence that he had come here. Instead, the master of the bronze divine hall had purposefully done so. Jianchen stood before the entrance of the bronze divine hall. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped in decisively. Boom! After he entered the divine bronze palace, the door of the divine bronze palace closed with a dull rumble. Jianchen stood within the divine hall with Donglin Yen Shui in his arms. He calmly said to the empty hall, "Senior, please show yourself. Why have you led me here?" With that, azure light gathered before Jianchen, slowly condensing into the figure of an old man. His body was illusionary, completely condensed from light. He did not possess a physical body. Chapter 2376. Jianchen was overjoyed by the awakening of the sword spirits. Ever since he had helped Mo Tianyun's original body break free and fuse the twin swords, the sword spirits had fallen into a slumber due to exhaustion. No matter how he called out to them, there was no response. At this moment, the slumbering sword spirits had finally begun to awaken, which made Jianchen extremely happy. However, at the same time, he realized that the old man before him was probably not as simple as he seemed. He could vaguely sense that the sword spirits had awakened from their slumber because of this old man. At this moment, the sword spirits had already appeared above Jianchen's head. They had turned into a pair of illusionary young men completely condensed from light. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. They seemed like a perfect match. They stared at the old man condensed from azure light as they gradually became stern. They called out, "Primeval Chi. I never thought we'd be able to see a spirit condensed from a sliver of primeval Chi." Jianchen was surprised when he heard that. He could not help but carefully study the old man. Even though he did not really understand what primeval Chi meant, He could vaguely sense that the old man was probably an existence similar to the sword spirits. The old man condensed from azure light stared at the sword spirits with mixed feelings. He sighed, a spirit condensed from yin and yang qi. I never thought that I'd be able to meet an existence similar to me in this cursed land after all these years. However, you seem to be extremely weak. Senior, you're the hall spirit of this divine hall? Jian Chen could not help but ask out of curiosity when he heard that. The old man looked at Jianchen and nodded. You've guessed correctly. I am the hall spirit of this divine hall. Then may I ask who the master of this divine hall is? Jianchen continued to ask. The old man sighed softly when he heard this. There was a hint of loneliness on his face as he said dejectedly, Master has already perished in the annals of history. He isn't a person of this epoch. A gleam of light flashed through the sword spirits' eyes when they heard that. They called out, You were born in the previous aeon? The old man shook his head again. More accurately speaking, I was born in the aeon before the aeon before that. The aeon before the aeon before that? The sword spirits were surprised. They stared at the old man deeply and said, Since you've already existed for so long, why haven't there been any rumors about you in the outside world? That's because I've been trapped here, unable to leave at all. No one knows where I am, so there's obviously no news about me in the outside world, said the old man. He stared at Jianchen and the sword spirits deeply before continuing, You are the first living beings to see me after my master's death, as well as the first beings to set foot in this cursed land. Cursed land? Why is this place known as the Cursed Land? And what's the mist outside? Is the mist the reason why you've been trapped? Jianchen asked. No. The mist you see is not what's trapping me. Instead, it's a wondrous power formed from the combination of the power of the primeval divine hall and the power of the curse. As for the Cursed Land, it's the world of moon and star you were in before, as well as the world where the primeval divine hall was. These are all cursed places. The power of the curse was left behind by the Tao Unity Saint. It has already fused with this world, fusing with the laws. It's basically a new law that exists everywhere. It's impossible for you to sense its existence with your current level of cultivation. It's also because of the existence of the power of the curse that I'm unable to leave this place. Even the former territory of my master, the Saint of Grand Clarity, has been severely damaged. The world of Grand Clarity is the current world of moon and star. The old man said slowly. So the world of moon and star used to be called the world of Grand Clarity. Oh right, since the mist is the power of the primeval divine hall and you're the artifact spirit of the primeval divine hall, it means that the mist must be under your control. I've only come here because of your guidance. May I ask why you've brought me here? Jianchen asked. Because I can sense a droplet of essence blood from a saint in your body. Most importantly, there's yin and yang qi in your body like mine. It's exactly because of the yin and yang qi that I've brought you here, the artifact spirit said. The essence blood of a saint? Is this the essence blood of a saint you speak of? Jian Chen was doubtful. He used his finger to point at the location where the droplet of essence blood was. That's right. That's the essence blood of a saint. In my master's era, the owner of this drop of blood essence was the most powerful saint in the world. Of course, in your epoch, saints might have another name, said the artifact spirit of the primeval divine hall. Jianchen finally understood with that. Saints were actually grand exalt. The curse of the Taoist saint is nowhere near as powerful as it was in the past after 2 epochs. However, if you want to remove the curse and restore my freedom, you still need 10 droplets of essence blood. If you can bring me 10 droplets of essence blood and restore my freedom, I'll offer up a strand of primeval qi. The absolute beginning qi is a kind of energy that is born together with the primal chaos. Although it is inferior to the primal chaos force in terms of level and is on the same level as your yin and yang qi, it contains its own profoundness. I believe that all of you are well aware of just how beneficial it is to all of you. Not only is it not a loss for you to exchange for 10 droplets of essence blood, but it's also a great fortune, said the artifact spirit. Only the sword spirits who existed like him were truly worthy of his attention. He did not place any importance on Jianshan at all. Even though Jianshan possessed a droplet of essence blood, he knew that Jianshan had only obtained it by chance. He only possessed a single droplet. As for a drop of a saint's blood essence that had lost quite a bit of its power, it wasn't of much use to him. As soon as the sword spirits heard that the artifact spirit was offering a strand of primeval chi as a reward, their eyes burned with desire. However, they calmed down again very soon. The desire in their eyes vanished, and they became filled with pity. They sighed gently. 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts. That's just far too difficult. After all, essence blood is different from regular blood. Let alone essence blood, even regular blood from Grand Exalts is basically impossible to obtain unless we return to the time when our old master reigned supreme. Qing Suo sighed as well. Chapter 2377. Master, a strand of primeval chi can allow us to surpass our former peak and take a step further, making us even more powerful, Ziying said with a sliver of eagerness in her voice. There was no creature in the world that could resist the temptation of becoming even more powerful, whether it was cultivators in large numbers or innate spirits like the sword spirits. Jianshan was surprised when he heard that. The sword spirits were already extremely powerful existences when they were at their peak. When they fused their swords, they possessed devastating power. Just how heaven-defying would they be if they took a step further? The primeval chi was actually so beneficial to the sword spirits that even Jianshan was tempted. He wanted to obtain it eagerly. The sword spirits had already accepted him as their master. If they became even more powerful, it would indirectly increase his battle prowess as well. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He looked at the hall spirit with mixed feelings and said in thought, "Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble if you want to remove the curse. All you need to do is ask a Grand Exalt on the same level as a saint, and you should be able to remove the curse easily. If you're willing, I can find a way to find a saint for you." After learning that primeval chi was of great use to the sword spirits, Jianshan began to think about how he could obtain a strand of primeval chi for the sword spirits. He did not even dare to think about obtaining 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts because it was impossible. As a matter of fact, he would not be able to obtain it for a very long time. Even though finding a Grand Exalt was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, it was much easier than finding 10 droplets of essence blood. Jianshan considered finding a Grand Exalt to remove the curse on the artifact spirit in exchange for a strand of primeval chi. After all, there were only a handful of Grand Exalts in the current saint's world. With his current strength, it would not be easy for him to see an expert like that. As a result, it was not excessive at all for him to exchange for a strand of primeval chi with these conditions. At the same time, he believed that once Grand Exalts learnt of the primeval Divine Hall's existence, those great Grand Exalts would definitely personally protect it given how precious it was. After all, the primeval Divine Hall before him was a peak god artifact that was no weaker than the twin swords. However, Jianshan's words seemed to touch the hall spirit's bottom line. The eyes of the artifact spirit immediately sharpened. It stared at Jianshan viciously and said coldly, "Brat, it's best if you don't do that, or I won't spare you even with the protection of the yin and yang qi." Jianshan immediately frowned when he heard the hall spirit's agitated reaction and its threatening words. He stared at the old man and actually became rather confused about what the artifact spirit was planning. "Primeval, my master's method was indeed the only method that could help you break free quickly back then," the sword spirit said with displeasure. The hall spirit said coldly, "I've already thought of getting a saint to take action. If I really wanted to do that, I would have broken free long ago." Why would I still be trapped today? It's just that once a saint learns of my existence, I'll have no choice but to accept him as my master. After my master's death, I no longer want to yield to anyone, even if they're the most powerful saint in the world." Jianshan immediately revealed a strange expression when he heard that. He only felt that the primeval artifact spirit was just too unconventional. It had clearly become an artifact spirit, yet it wanted to be free. The sword spirit stared at the artifact spirit with mixed feelings and said, "But you're only an artifact spirit in the end. The mission of an artifact spirit is to fight for their masters. It's basically impossible for you to break free from the restraints of fate. Even if you can hide for a while, you won't be able to hide forever. As long as you break free and appear in the outside world, you'll be discovered by the sovereigns of the world sooner or later." You don't need to worry about that." The artifact spirit snorted coldly. 10 droplets of essence blood in exchange for a strand of primeval chi that can make you even stronger. Are you willing or not? I know you're very weak right now, so it's impossible for you to obtain the essence blood, but your innate spirit's condensed from a strand of yin and yang chi after all. In the future, you'll have the ability to do so sooner or later. Primeval spirit, if you want 10 droplets of essence blood, you should beg our master, not us, replied the sword spirits. Your master? The primeval spirit studied Jianshan with a sliver of disdain. Him? I don't know why you've chosen him as your master, but I don't think he'll have the ability to find 10 droplets of essence blood for me in the future. Although there's already a drop of essence blood in his body, I can also sense that the drop of essence blood in his body was left behind by a saint from the previous epoch. It's not from this epoch. It's all due to luck that he was able to obtain this drop of essence blood. It's impossible for luck like this to accompany him forever. The artifact spirit suddenly paused when it reached there. It continued with a strange expression. Do you mean to say that you want me to wait for your master to become a saint in the future? Before the sword spirits could reply, the artifact spirit sneered. If that's really what you think, then all I can say is that you're far too naive. I know better than you just how difficult it is to become a saint and how many hurdles you have to go through. In the age where my master reigned supreme, the path to becoming a saint was also known as the path of burying bones. The reason why it was called that was because every single saint walked over a pile of bones. Every single saint was formed from countless corpses, burying all the prodigies of a generation. Your master might possess some ability and be one of the prodigies of the present age. However, in the future, he might become a stepping stone for other prodigies on the path to becoming a saint. You want me to place my hopes on your master, but in my opinion, you're just making me waste my time waiting for nothing. The artifact spirit said confidently. It did not hide its disdain for Jianshan at all. Although it was only an artifact spirit, it was condensed from a strand of primeval chi after all. It possessed its own pride. Even grand exalts of the world struggled to make it yield, let alone Jianshan, who was only a divine king right now. The sword spirits were extremely angered by the artifact spirit's disdain for Jianshan. Qing Saw immediately snorted coldly. Our master isn't as mediocre as you've described him to be. Primeval Chi, open your eyes and take a good look. You're still unconvinced? Very well, let me see where your yin and yang chi's confidence comes from. The artifact spirit did not treat the sword spirit's words too seriously. However, it still studied Jianshan seriously. Chapter 2378. Why I'm impossible. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. The artifact spirit of inception could not help but stagger backward. Its face was filled with shock and extreme fear as it stared at Jianshan. Jianshan frowned when the artifact spirit of inception lost its composure. He growled, "What do you see from me? Why, your existence is not permitted by the world. The world can't tolerate you at all. You won't be able to escape being wiped out by the world in the end. You won't have a good ending. You won't be able to reach the end of your path of growth. The artifact's spirit of inception pointed at Jianshan as it howled hysterically. Its current reaction was like it had seen something extremely terrifying from Jianshan. Even the artifact's spirit of inception, who had lived for 2 eons and had followed a saint, was unable to remain composed. Jianshan frowned. He stared at the artifact's spirit of inception deeply. The artifact's spirit of inception's current reaction made him think of the spirit of the Anata Tower he had seen back on the Tianyuan continent. When the spirit of the Anata Tower had seen a corner of his future with its special ability, its expression had changed drastically, just like the artifact's spirit of inception. It had cried out in a similar manner. "Can you tell me what you see from me? Why is my existence not permitted by the world? Why does the world want to wipe me out?" Jianshan asked once again. He was eager to learn the answer from the artifact's spirit of inception. Jianshan was just far too curious about the corner of his future. At the same time, he felt deeply uneasy and worried. Just the thought of being wiped out by the world was enough to make him shiver. Jianshan struggled to calm down. Because you are a taboo. Your existence shouldn't have appeared at all. As for what I see, it's a secret of the heavens. I can't tell you." The artifact's spirit of inception stared at Jianshan in fear as it said in a shaken manner. At that moment, it looked at Jianshan with an extraordinarily stern gaze. It no longer looked down on him like before. "Perhaps you haven't sensed any abnormalities right now, nor have you sensed any bad signs because you're still too weak right now. You're so weak that any random expert can crush you to death. As a result, you obviously won't touch the taboo. But in the future, when your strength reaches a sufficient level, you'll naturally know what you have to face in the end. At that time, you will become an enemy of the world, of the entire universe. If the world wants to wipe you out, no one can help you. Even the most powerful saints in the world won't be able to protect you. Even the yin and yang qis won't be of any use in the future. Your only fate is death. You will completely vanish from the world. That will be your final destination," the artifact's spirit of inception said with an extremely heavy voice. "Humph, artifact's spirit of inception, it's still too early to come to a conclusion like that. Can you clearly see Master's death in that corner of the future?" The artifact's spirit of inception's words greatly displeased the sword spirit. Ziying immediately rebutted. "No living being can avoid being targeted by the world. Even powerful saints will still die to the immeasurable calamity at the end of the great epoch. They will be purged by the world," the artifact's spirit of inception said with a heavy voice. "Most of the saints you speak of are just ordinary people with extraordinary talent who grew up step by step. How can they be compared to Master?" Ziying bellowed. "Since Master has appeared, he definitely won't die. Even if he faces the annihilation of the world in the future, he'll survive," Qing Suo also swore. He was filled with confidence in Jianshan. The artifact's spirit of inception fell silent. It had gradually calmed down now. It stared at Jianshan in interest as the light of wisdom flickered through its eyes. After a while, it suddenly said, "If you can find me 10 drops of the saint's blood essence and help me break the curse of the Tao E Saint, then I can change my initial thoughts for you. I will take you as my master and let you become my second master." "Take me as your master and make me your second master?" Jianshan was stunned by the sudden change in attitude of the artifact spirit of inception. He stared at the artifact spirit of inception strangely and chuckled. "Your offer is indeed quite tempting, but I don't think it'll be of much help to me. Once I have the ability to obtain enough essence blood from Grand Exalts, you might not be of much use to me anymore. Unless you serve me as your master right now. Only then will I spare no effort to search for essence blood from Grand Exalts for you." The artifact spirit of inception shook its head. "Not only can I not leave before the curse of the Tao Union Saint is removed, but I can't help you at all either. If you want me to serve you as my master, You need to give me 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts so that I can regain my freedom. And I believe that before you become a saint, the help I can provide you will far surpass the yin and yang qi. The artifact's spirit of inception was filled with confidence. Afterwards, Jianshan felt the landscape before him suddenly change. He had been taken to another, gloomy space by the artifact's spirit of inception. Before him, several dozen abnormally large beings sat there with their eyes closed. These living beings looked very much like humans on the outside, but in reality they weren't humans. Do you see that? They're the strongest generals that used to follow my master. Even though they've already died and their souls have dispersed, their bodies and all the power within them have been perfectly preserved under the protection of my inception force. As long as you implant new souls into them, they'll be able to fight for you immediately, the artifact spirit of inception said. How powerful are these people? Jianshan asked. He stared at the fallen generals with shining eyes. These experts were all ancient beings from 2 eons ago. Before you become a saint, these generals will be your greatest help. After all, they were once nurtured by my master, the Saint of Grand Pure One, through great effort, said the Hall Spirit. Jianshan was immediately interested when he heard that. His eyes burned with desire. It was not difficult to guess just how powerful the battle prowess of the generals was from what the Hall Spirit had said. Of course, before you find 10 droplets of essence blood for me, it's impossible for these generals to fight for you. The power of the curse from the Tao Union Saint has restrained me. Before the curse is removed, I don't have the power to awaken them, the Hall Spirit continued. Can a droplet of essence blood be enough for you to awaken 1 or 2 generals? Jianshan asked eagerly. If it was just 1 droplet, he could take it out right now. No. 10 droplets of essence blood. Not a single droplet less, or I won't be able to remove the curse from the Tao Union Saint. Chapter 2379. Saints were experts on the same level as Grand Exalt. Jianshan did not even dare to dream of obtaining 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts. He understood that he could not obtain the assistance of the artifact spirit or even directly possess the bronze divine hall in a short amount of time. Afterwards, Jianshan conversed with the artifact spirit for a while. In the end, he was forced to accept the fact that it was impossible for him to obtain anything useful from the primeval divine hall before he obtained 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts. I'll leave behind an imprint on the back of your hand. This imprint is the key to the world of grand clarity. When you find 10 droplets of essence blood one day, activate the imprint using the method I've taught you. The gateway to the world of grand clarity will open before you. Remember, you can only use this imprint to open the gateway to the world of grand clarity when you're in normal space. In some strange places or some sealed spaces, or even some small worlds opened up by supreme experts, this imprint will lose its effect. This imprint can only open the gateway to the world of grand clarity once for you, so before you find 10 droplets of essence blood, you cannot activate this imprint. I no longer have the power to leave behind a second key to the world of grand clarity on you while I'm bound by the power of the curse. Even if you enter the world of grand clarity through another method, I only have the power to bring you here once because the primeval divine hall is not in the world of grand clarity. That power can only be used after you find 10 droplets of essence blood. The curse of the Tao Union Saint has suppressed me for far too long. I can't stay awake for too long, so I need to continue sleeping. You can leave on your own. The absolute beginning artifact spirit gave a lot of instructions. After its final sentence sounded, its body, which was formed from green light, scattered with the wind like a wisp of green smoke. Jianshan was sent back to the first floor of the primeval divine hall by the artifact spirit, where he had just entered. The method to activate the imprint was imprinted in his head as well. The ancient hall immediately became quiet. Only Jianchen stood there alone in the vast hall, as well as the unconscious Donglin Yen Shui in his arms. Master, we still haven't recovered from the fusion of the twin swords. We still need to sleep for a while. The voices of the sword spirits rang out in Jianchen's head. Afterwards, Jianchen could sense that the sword spirits had fallen into a deep slumber once again. At that moment, Jianchen felt guilty. He understood that the fusion of the twin swords had cost the sword spirits far too much when he ignored their objections in order to help Mo Tianyun's original body break free. Even now, they still had not recovered. I have to obtain the 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts. Even if it's not for the primeval divine hall, it has to be for the strand of primeval force. At that moment, Jianchen swore inside. The only thing he could compensate the sword spirits now was the primeval force that could allow them to reach another level in their peak condition. After that, he looked at the back of his hand. On the back of his hand there was a faint imprint. As he watched, the imprint was gradually fading away until it completely disappeared. However, Jianchen knew that the key to the world of grand clarity had completely fused with the back of his hand, hidden away. Only he could sense the existence of the imprint. Jianchen carried the unconscious Donglin Yen Shui out of the primeval divine hall and appeared outside. The outside of the primeval divine hall was the same as when he had arrived. The surroundings were enveloped by a strange mist, while the primeval divine hall shone with a dazzling azure light that seemed to last forever, illuminating the surroundings. That should be the tunnel to leave this place. Jianchen stared ahead. The strange mist formed a whirlpool that slowly revolved there. Even though it was white within the whirlpool, Jianchen could sense the power of space. However, he did not leave because he vaguely understood that as long as he remained here, Donglin Yen Shui would remain unconscious. She would never wake up. Her unconsciousness did not come from her wounds. Instead, it came from the artifact spirit of primeval. The artifact spirit of primeval was unwilling to accept another as its master, so it did not want Donglin Yen Shui to know about its existence. It was just in case Donglin Yen Shui leaked the news and drew in experts from the outside world. If she wakes up, I really will be restrained. It looks like I'll have to stay here for a while longer. Jianchen was in no hurry to leave. Instead, with a thought, the Anata Tower suddenly appeared. The Anata Tower that was covered in sword slashes and seemed extremely damaged expanded to several hundred meters tall under Jianchen's control. It stood there silently. The hall spirit had already hidden in this strange space for 2 epochs. As a result, he did not have to worry about the experts of the outside world finding the Anata Tower when he took it out. Afterwards, Jianchen placed the unconscious Donglin Yen Shui outside the Anata Tower so that she would continue to be affected by the hall spirit. He entered the Anata Tower with a flash. What Jianchen did not know was that the moment he took out the Anata Tower, a hazy figure sat within a hazy light within the majestic heavenly palace of Bisheng at the very center of the Prosper Plain. The power of ways revolved around the figure, invoking the mysteries of the world. Vaguely, the sound of ways seemed to ring through the sky like a great bell. The figure seemed to have fused with the ways, becoming the ways of the world. It was truly supreme, possessing supreme power that could control the operations of the world. It represented the supreme will of the world. At this moment, the figure seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly snapped open. They were a pair of eyes filled with endless coldness. They were emotionless and looked down on all life. Primeval force, the figure murmured. His voice contained all the sounds in the world. His cold gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space and reach the depths of the universe. Heya, break through here. Jianchen stood outside a divine hall within the Anata Tower as he spoke to the black-robed Heya. Heya had already reached the peak of the divine king realm, and he had comprehended the mysteries of the primordial realm after receiving the flower of ways from Jianchen. He could break through at any time. However, the divine hall he stayed in before was unable to endure the pulses of energy from his breakthrough due to its limited level. As a result, he could only postpone the breakthrough under Jianqin's request. Now that they were in the wondrous space where the artifact's spirit resided, Jianqin did not have to worry about the Anata Tower being exposed. As a result, he set the Anata Tower as the place where Heyu would break through. "Yes, master," Heyu replied politely before sitting down on the ground. He began to break through. Jianqin smiled happily as he watched Heyu prepare to break through. Heiyu's breakthrough to the primordial realm held extremely great significance to him. This was because it meant that he would have a primordial realm expert under his control, and it would be a primordial realm expert who was completely under his control. He could take action for him at any time. At that moment, Jianqin could not help but think of what had happened in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Back then, when the divine kingdom of Pingtian faced the invasion of the heavenly demon religion, just the vice-leader of the primordial realm, Huayan, was enough to suffocate all the experts of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. At that time, the primordial realm was synonymous with expert. As a matter of fact, in the eyes of many divine king experts, the primordial realm was an insurmountable mountain. This was because there was a huge divide between the primordial realm and godhood. Out of the countless divine king experts in the saints' world, there were very few who could truly reach the primordial realm. Once a divine kingdom possessed a primordial realm expert, the status of the divine kingdom would immediately change. It would become an empire. Chapter 2380. Suddenly, Jianqin's heart skipped a beat. He slowly raised his hand, and an extremely beautiful orchid slowly appeared in his hand. The orchid seemed to be alive, possessing quite a bit of intelligence. As soon as it appeared, it swayed as if it was trying to get on good terms with Jianqin. Jianqin stared at the immortal devouring orchid in his hand as he smiled faintly. "You've finally reached godhood. You should be able to enjoy the 2 corpses of the divine king now." As he said that, the 2 corpses of the divine king slowly drifted out from the divine hall, landing beside Jianqin's feet gently. The 2 corpses of the divine king belonged to the people Jianqin had sent to deal with him when he left the Radiant Saint Hall. In the end, they were dragged into the divine hall by Heyu and died to his hands. Jianqin had always kept their corpses for the immortal devouring orchid to devour. Their corpses were the nutrients for the immortal devouring orchid to grow. The immortal devouring orchid possessed a certain level of intelligence now. As soon as it saw the 2 corpses of the divine king, it became especially excited. It immediately leapt down from Jianqin's hand and took root in one of the corpses. Its roots began to spread. The current immortal devouring orchid had only reached godhood recently, so it was equivalent to an early deity. With its current strength, it was naturally unable to devour the corpses of 2 god kings that far surpassed it in a single stroke. As a result, it only used its roots to stab into the corpses' wounds, bringing out a droplet of the divine king's blood. It began to absorb it slowly. The energy within the corpses of divine kings was just too tremendous to the immortal devouring orchid right now. As a result, the immortal devouring orchid could only absorb a single droplet of the divine king's blood at a time. Jianqin watched the immortal devouring orchid's actions quietly. His eyes were filled with eagerness. The immortal devouring orchid at early deity might only be able to absorb a single droplet of the divine king's blood at a time, but as it rapidly became stronger in the future, the amount of blood it could absorb would constantly increase. Once it reached a certain level of strength, it would be able to directly devour an entire corpse or even multiple divine king's corpses. "I'll give the 2 corpses of the divine king to you. In the future, stay here and properly increase your strength," Jianqin said gently. Right now, the immortal devouring orchid was unable to provide him with any assistance, but he firmly believed what the sword spirits had said before. The immortal devouring orchid would be a great assistance to him in the future. Where Qing's hand was. Qing Yishuan currently sat on the fortune jade that was the size of a millstone. She shone with golden light, giving off a holy presence. laws of the sword revolved around her as sword qi condensed. They shone with dazzling white light as they revolved around Qing Yishuan like tiny tadpoles. With Qing Yishuan as the center, the area several dozen meters around her was enveloped by sharp sword qi. Early over God. Jianshan could tell Qing Yishuan's current strength with a single glance. He could not help but nod secretly. At this rate, Qing Yishuan would reach the Divine King's level of cultivation or even the primordial realm before too long. Of course, the reason she was able to improve so quickly was not only because of the golden core of the laws of sword in her body, but also because of the Fortune Divine Jade. It's very easy to break through the bottlenecks at the beginning, so with the assistance of the golden core of laws and the Fortune Jade, her rate of progress can be described as godlike. However, the further she goes, the more difficult it becomes to break through. Even with the golden core of laws and the Fortune Jade, she needs some time to settle down. I wonder how long it'll take you to comprehend the laws of the sword to the Divine King's level of cultivation, murmured Qing Yishuan softly. With the Fortune Jade, he could directly comprehend the mysteries of the golden core of laws. In just half a year, he could reach early Divine King's level of comprehension of a law. However, it was impossible for Qing Yishuan to reach his speed. As a result, even if Qing Yishuan used the same method as Jianshan, she would still take much longer than Jianshan. Jianshan reached out and Qing Yishuan, who sat on the Fortune Jade, was immediately enveloped by an invisible power. She slowly rose up and left the Fortune Jade. The Fortune Jade, which was the size of a millstone, suddenly flew up and landed in Jianshan's hand. During this process, Qing Yishuan failed to sense anything at all because she had been taken away by Jianshan's power from the Anata Tower. Under Jianshan's purposeful control, it did not affect her at all. Afterwards, Jianshan left the 9th floor with the Fortune Jade and appeared before Heiya on the 1st floor. With a thought, he controlled the power of the Anata Tower and placed the Fortune Jade below Heiya in the same manner. Immediately, the misty light from the Fortune Jade engulfed Heiya, causing his figure to fade in and out of sight. With the assistance of the Fortune Jade, Jianshan could clearly sense that Heiya's presence had risen several times faster than before. Clearly, the Fortune Jade would be extremely helpful to Heiya's breakthrough. I hope you can reach the primordial realm successfully before I leave, thought Jianshan. In order for Heiya to reach the primordial realm in the shortest amount of time possible, Jianshan used everything he could think of. He even used a treasure like the Fortune Jade on Heiya without any hesitation. He really did everything he could to nurture Heiya. Jianshan did not remain idle afterwards. He used this short amount of time to enter secluded cultivation as well. Out of the 7 laws I inherited in the underground cavern, I've comprehended the laws of strength, space, and destruction to the Divine King realm. As for the laws of creation, fire, corrosion, and curses, I've already comprehended the laws of curses to mid-over God. I'm not far away from the Divine King realm. I need to comprehend the 7 laws to the Divine King realm as soon as possible, as this will determine whether I can leave the desolate plain with ease in the future. Even if I can't keep the Anata Tower, I can only hand it over to the heavenly palace of Bishing personally. I can't let anyone else benefit from it. Jianshan closed his eyes. The laws that belonged to the power of curses slowly descended and revolved around him. Chapter 2381. The sudden development roused Jianshan from his comprehension of the laws of curses. He opened his eyes and looked at Heiya nearby. He smiled happily. Heiya had finally broken through the shackles of the Divine King's realm and successfully reached the primordial realm. He had become a primordial realm expert. Master! Before long, the energy around Heiya gradually dispersed. He stood up and bowed towards Jianshan with undisguised excitement. Your golden core of laws has stabilized? Jianshan stared at Heiya with shining eyes. Heiya nodded. He glanced at the Fortune Jade below him and said excitedly, logically speaking, it should have taken quite some time for the golden core of laws to evolve from the Divine King to the primordial realm. However, not only has this piece of jade shortened the time required, but it has even sped up the evolution of my golden core of laws, allowing me to consolidate my cultivation as an infinite prime in an extremely short amount of time. Master, I've officially become a primordial realm expert now. From today onwards, I can truly contribute to Master. Heiya was overjoyed. He was filled with deep gratitude towards Jianchen. This was because he understood that if it were not for the invaluable heavenly resources that Jianchen had given him extremely generously, his plan to reach the primordial realm probably would have been put on hold indefinitely. As a matter of fact, he might not even have the opportunity to reach the primordial realm. The primordial realm had once been a realm that Heiya could only dream of. It was a dream that he pursued his entire life. Now, his dream had finally come true. Yeah. You haven't let me down, Jianchen nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Heiya looked at the fortune jade below him. Undisguised amazement filled his face as he asked, Master, may I ask what this is? I feel like sitting on it has not only shortened the time it takes for my golden core of laws to evolve, but it's also countless times easier for me to comprehend the laws of the world. The fortune jade was a supreme treasure of the world. It was rare and precious. Even many grand exalts did not possess one, so Heiya naturally did not recognize it. It's better if you don't know about the existence of this thing. Jianchen seemed to have some misgivings and did not reveal the existence of the fortune divine jade to Heiya. Heiya also understood that the jade at his feet was no small matter, so he did not ask. After that, Jianchen gave Black Crow some instructions before continuing to comprehend the curse law. This time, Jianchen sat on the fortune jade. With the assistance of the fortune jade, the speed at which he comprehended the laws of curses increased exponentially. Many of the mysteries of curses that were previously difficult to comprehend instantly became much clearer. Soon after, Jianchen's body, which was seated on the creation divine jade, trembled slightly as his tightly shut eyes opened. My laws of curses have successfully broken through to the Divine King realm as well, remaining at the early Divine King realm. Now, I've comprehended 4 of the 7 laws to the Divine King realm. Only the laws of creation, the laws of fire, and the laws of corrosion remain. The law of curses is truly incomparably profound. Once I grasp the law of curses, I only need to possess a strand of my opponent's hair, a single strand of hair, or even a personal item, and then I'll be able to use it as a medium to utilize the power of curses from a long distance away and kill without leaving a trace. As a matter of fact, when the difference in cultivation between the two of us is too great, I don't even need any items or mediums. I only need to think about them, and I can cast curses from afar. With my current ability, I don't even need to personally appear if I want to kill someone like Jianchen. I only need to cast curses outside the Radiant Saint Hall, and Jianchen's soul will be wiped out. Even in an open battle, I can cast curses with the laws of curses and make them only use 80 or 90% of their strength. Jianchen could not help but sneer when he thought about the various wonders of the laws of curses. The power of curses was indeed nowhere near as powerful as the laws of the sword and the laws of strength in an open battle, but it could achieve many things that the laws of the sword and the laws of strength could not. It could indirectly increase his battle prowess. The flow of time is completely different in different spaces. I don't even know how much time has passed while I've been cultivating. The gateway to the world of Moon and Star will be opened by the Radiant Saint Hall again in a year. It looks like it's time for me to leave. Jianchen ended his cultivation. After a moment of thought, he placed the fortune jade back on Qin Yishuan's seat and left the Anata Tower. Heiya would be of great help to Jianchen after breaking through to the primordial realm. As a result, Jianchen did not leave Heiya in the Anata Tower. Instead, he got Heiya to remain in the Divine Hall with his presence concealed, so that he could take action at any time. After all, the Anata Tower could not be used at all times during such a sensitive period. Jianchen stowed the Anata Tower away and entered the swirl of mist with Donglin Yen Shui in his arms. The whirlpool was clearly a spatial tunnel similar to teleportation formations. As soon as he stepped into the whirlpool, Jian Chun felt like he had stepped into another world. However, this feeling only lasted for an instant before his vision returned to normal. Looking around, he saw that he had already appeared in a beautiful mountain forest, and in the sky above him, a moon and a star hung there, sprinkling down a bright starlight. Jianchen knew that he had returned to the world of moon and star when he saw the star and moon above him. The world of moon and star was actually the world of grand clarity mentioned by the artifact spirit of primeval. 2 eons ago, this world was the territory of the master of the artifact spirit of primeval, the saint of grand clarity. However, after 2 eons, the current world of grand clarity was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. The world of grand clarity is also filled with the curse of the Tao Union Saint. Not only does the existence of the curse make the world of grand clarity even more fragile, but it even affects the vicious beasts that live here, Jian Chen thought. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Although he was unable to find the curse left behind by the Tao Union Saint with his current level of cultivation, he had grasped the laws of curses after all, so he could naturally sense it vaguely. The reason why the vicious beasts that live here are protected by the world, allowing them to display great battle prowess, is probably related to the Saint of Grand Clarity. Although the Saint of Grand Clarity is dead, he was still a Grand Exalt who had transformed into a Way after all. Before he died, he used his supreme will to influence the world and set down some sort of law. As for the reason why the vicious beasts lack intelligence, it's probably related to the Tao Union Saint's curse. Vaguely, Jianchen seemed to understand many things. As a result, the world of moon and star no longer seemed mysterious to him. Chapter 2382. But even if it really is like what I imagine it to be, who knows how long it'll take for me to become the ruler of the world of moon and star. 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts isn't that easy. Jianchen dismissed his thoughts and stopped thinking about this for now. Instead, he lowered his head and observed Donglin Yen Shui. Donglin Yen Shui remained in his arms. Her eyes were still closed, and she was unconscious. Her senses towards the outside world had been reduced to 0. Her wounds haven't worsened, but they haven't improved either. Now that the mist is gone, she should wake up very soon, Jianchen murmured. He observed the surroundings before flying off in a certain direction. Donglin Yen Shui was unconscious, so there was no need for him to continue hiding his strength. He immediately traveled as quickly as he could, flying towards the depths of the world of moon and star. At the same time, he used the laws of space. With the assistance of the laws of space, he moved extremely quickly. He could cross 1,000 kilometers or even 2,000 kilometers in a single instance. A distance of 10,000 miles was merely a few breaths of time in his eyes. Although I don't know how much time has passed, I need to get as far away as possible before Donglin Yen Shui wakes up and avoid Aoyama. Although I don't fear Aoyama, it's impossible for Donglin Yen Shui to remain unconscious forever. Once she wakes up, I won't be able to take action, or my identity will be exposed, and I won't be able to enter the Tower of Radiance anymore. Now, I can only hope that Aoyama has already left the world of moon and star. Jianchen thought. As he traveled at full speed, he paid attention to Donglin Yen Shui at all times. Once Donglin Yen Shui showed signs of waking up, he would need to slow down. Jianchen moved with lightning speed. Spatial power revolved around him as if he had fused with space, allowing him to move even faster than lightning. In just a short moment, he had already traveled several million kilometers. Suddenly, Jianchen came to a halt. He stopped in a stone forest and stared ahead. A white-robed divine king lay on the ground 100 meters away. Most of his pure white robes had been dyed red with blood. He had completely lost all signs of life, having been reduced to an ice-cold corpse. Jianchen arrived before the corpse and looked at the familiar face of the Divine King. He recognized the Divine King. He was one of the protectors who had come here with Donglin Yanxue. However, he had abandoned Donglin Yanxue when he was pursued by Oyama. Jianchen felt no sympathy for the death of the Divine King at all. At the same time, the deaths of these people were within his expectations. Oyama had entered the world of Moon and Star to clean up the candidates training there. However, with the enmity between the martial soul lineage and the Radiant Saint Hall, even if the protectors abandoned the candidates and fled for their lives, they would not be able to escape death in the end. I wonder how many protectors are still alive in the world of Moon and Star, and whether the other 4 candidates are dead or not, Jianchen murmured. However, he did not let go of the protector's corpse. He stowed it away in his divine hall. Now that the immortal devouring orchid had gradually matured, it required more and more corpses as it grew stronger. Instead of leaving the Divine King's corpse here to benefit the vicious beasts, he would be better off using it as nourishment for the immortal devouring orchid. Afterwards, in order to avoid leaving any traces behind, Jianchen changed the scene into one where vicious beasts had passed by before leaving. When the world of Moon and Star opens, the elders of the Radiant Saint Hall will definitely enter the world of Moon and Star to conduct a thorough search. Jianchen continued on his way with Donglin Yanxue in his arms. Along the way, he found many dwellings occupied by vicious beasts with the senses of his soul. Perhaps it was because of the strange mist, but all the dwellings were empty. The vicious beasts that lived there had already fled far away, and they had yet to return. Clearly, the vicious beasts feared the mist very much. Even after the mist had dispersed, they still did not return. There are quite a few radiant origin pearls in the territories of the vicious beast. It's just that every single radiant origin pearl has been purposely placed there by the elders of the Sacred Hall. The number of radiant origin pearls is recorded clearly, so I can't take a single one. Jianchen was filled with pity. He could sense pure radiant Saint Force origin energy within the radiant origin pearls. If he used it for cultivation, it would be extremely beneficial to any radiant Saint Master. Before long, Donglin Yanxue finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, Jianchen immediately slowed down. He only used the ability of a Radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core to travel. As a result, he was naturally as slow as an ant compared to before. This is the world of Moon and Star. Chongyang, how did we make it out of the mist? As soon as she woke up, Donglin Yanxue asked. I don't know either. I just walked around and came out. The mist was very strange. Its appearance made all the vicious beasts in the world of Moon and Star very uneasy. Didn't you encounter any danger in there? Donglin Yanxue was extremely curious. She had fainted very quickly in the mist, so she had no idea what had happened. No. The mist might have been a threat to the vicious beasts, but it shouldn't have targeted us. Jianchen casually brushed it off. The mist was actually a combination of the power of the primeval artifact's spirit and the power of the curse. He believed that no one else knew of its existence apart from himself and the sword spirit. The mist shouldn't have been so simple. If I can make it out alive, I'll definitely report this to the elders. Jianchen carried Donglin Yanxue for an entire day before finding a cave to rest. He acted like he was recovering. Fortunately, we didn't come across any vicious beasts along the way. However, I wonder if the greatest threat, Aoyama, has left or not. I hope he has already left the world of Moon and Star. In the gloomy cave, Donglin Yanxue leaned against the wall weakly as she sat on the ground. Deep worry filled her face. Due to the appearance of the strange mist, many vicious beasts had fled far away in fright. A very large area of safety had appeared in the world of Moon and Star. She no longer needed to worry too much about the threat from the vicious beasts. Only Aoyama's existence made her feel uneasy. We should have stayed in the mist for quite some time. The world of moon and star should open soon. Perhaps Aoyama has already left, Jianshin said as he acted like he was recovering nearby. However, his face changed very soon. His powerful soul had already sensed Aoyama's presence. Even though Aoyama did not purposefully radiate with a terrifying presence, he did not hide it at all either. He flew towards Jianshin in a straight line. Oh no, Aoyama is actually still in the world of moon and star. Not only has he not left, but he's even found my exact location. How did he find us? Jianshin's heart sank. He looked at Donglin Yanxue nearby, and the light in his eyes flickered. Donglin Yanxue was still conscious right now. If he struck, he would directly expose himself. He had thought about knocking Donglin Yanxue unconscious, but once Donglin Yanxue woke up, she would only need to think about it slightly to expose his strength. After all, Donglin Yanxue had a peak 4-colored soul core. Even though she was heavily injured, she was not someone a radiant saint master with a 1-colored soul core could knock out so easily. Chapter 2383. Am I really going to be exposed? Jianshin glanced at the oblivious Donglin Yanxue before looking outside the cave. The light in his eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. However, a sliver of surprise flashed through his eyes soon after. Although he was still 1,000,000 kilometers away from Aoyama, he was like a lantern in the night to Jianshin because Aoyama had failed to conceal his presence. Jianshin could clearly sense his location at all times. However, at this moment, Aoyama had actually stopped 1,000,000 kilometers away from Jianshin. He did not approach them. Aoyama clearly knows our exact location, but he hasn't come over. Instead, he's watching from afar. What is he doing? Jianshin became doubtful about Aoyama's actions. After a moment of hesitation, Jianshin looked at Donglin Yanxue and said, "Rest here for a while. I'll go observe the surroundings." With that, Jianshin stood up and left the cave. Donglin Yanxue leaned against the cave wall powerlessly as she stared at Jianshin with mixed feelings. After leaving the cave, Jianshin condensed a pair of radiant wings and arrived 10,000 kilometers away with his cultivation as a radiant saint master. Only then did he erupt with his cultivation as a fighter and unleash his speed, directly flying towards Aoyama's location. He moved extremely quickly, crossing 1,000 kilometers in a single instant. A while later, Jianshin arrived before Aoyama. He stood 100 meters away from him. As for Qing Shan, he was sitting cross-legged on a rock. His body was as lofty as a mountain, giving off an indomitable feeling. Powerful auras revolved around him. "You've come." Aoyama looked at Jianshin calmly. At that moment, he seemed like a dormant volcano. He seemed as calm as water on the surface, but astonishing energy was hidden within. Jianshin frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that an intense battle would continue between him and Aoyama. As a result, he had already mentally prepared himself for another battle with Aoyama. However, when he saw Aoyama again, he actually did not sense any battle intent or killing intent from the Divine King. For a moment, he actually became rather confused about Aoyama's intentions. "You and the candidate Donglin Yanxue have already vanished for 8 months. I have a secret technique that can search for all the radiant saint masters in the entire world of moon and star. During this period of time, I searched the entire world of moon and star more than once. Let alone radiant god kings, even many elders of the sacred hall were unable to avoid my search. However, you and Donglin Yanxue really have vanished, as if you're no longer in the world of moon and star. Only recently did I find traces of you again." Aoyama stared at Jianshin calmly, as if he was studying him closely. Jianshin stood 100 meters away with his hands behind his back. His presence was sharp as if an invisible sword had condensed around him. He radiated with a cold sword chi. I never thought that you would actually have a secret technique that can search for all the Radiant Saint Masters in the entire world of Moon and Star. In other words, most of the Radiant Saint Masters who entered the world of Moon and Star have died under your pursuit? Aside from Donglin Yen Shui, who was with you, the other 4 are all dead. I've killed 45 of the 48 Divine King that entered the world of Moon and Star. Aoyama did not know the situation of the Radiant Saint Hall like the back of his hand, but he knew a lot of information. He stared at Jianchen deeply and continued, originally, all the candidates and Divine King who entered the world of Moon and Star could forget about leaving alive because I wanted the Radiant Saint Hall to not have a chosen saint this year. That would be an extremely awkward matter to them. It would make them lose a lot of face. However, your existence made me change my mind. It's not like I can't find the other 3 Radiant God Kings. Killing them would be as easy as flipping my hand. It's because of you that I gave up on killing them and spared their lives, allowing them to leave here alive. Aoyama, we don't know each other, so why did you give up on killing others because of me? Jianchen asked. Aoyama smiled mysteriously. It's very simple. If everyone who entered the world of Moon and Star died, only you and Donglin Yen Shui remained alive, it would be a mystery as to why the 2 of you managed to escape from me. The elders and vice leaders will definitely do everything they can to find the reason. Under their investigation, even if you can explain it away, it'll increase the risk. However, if I leave a few more people alive, it'll be even better for you. It'll be able to erase the suspicions the elders have towards you. They'll think that your survival is due to luck. You're helping me? But why are you helping me? Jianchen asked in confusion. Aoyama stood up and stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. He said seriously, because you're a member of our martial soul lineage. Our martial soul lineage has always been as close as brothers since ancient times. We're a family. As long as you possess martial soul force, you'll be a successor of our martial soul lineage regardless of your identity or race. You'll be a person blessed by the heavens. And you possess martial soul force. Even though your martial soul force is extremely weak, it's unable to deny the fact that you're a successor of our martial soul lineage. As a result, not only are we not enemies, but we're also fellow disciples who look after each other wholeheartedly. Aoyama's answer surprised Jianchen. He knew he possessed martial soul force, but he had never thought that the martial soul lineage would actually possess such a secret. That's a little too absurd. Although I possess martial soul force, I have nothing to do with your martial soul lineage, Jianchen said. You're wrong. Every single person who possesses martial soul force is born from the world. This is just like Radiant Saint Masters. Whether a person has the potential to become a Radiant Saint Master is determined the moment they're born. If they do, then they do. If they don't, then they don't. Unlike fighters, who can start off as mortals and cultivate step by step, even mortals without any talent can be modified and raised through various heavenly resources and various methods. As a result, there's a saying that Radiant Saint Masters are born from the world. The same principle applies to us, martial soul force. However, the birth of martial soul force is countless times more difficult than the birth of Radiant Saint Masters. Every single person who possesses martial soul force is an existence blessed by the heavens. In every generation, it's impossible for the number of people who possess martial soul force to reach the double digit. It's exactly because there are so few people in our martial soul lineage that we're protected by the will of the heavens. The laws of the world form a special law, allowing every single person who possesses martial soul force to follow the guidance of the will of the heavens and walk together in the end. In the beginning, I, Aoyama, was the same as you. I cultivated alone and wandered the saints' world by myself, but in the end, I entered the martial soul mountain by coincidence. It's not just me. Even the other seniors of our martial soul mountain, as well as the deceased seniors of our martial soul lineage, have all become members of the martial soul mountain through various methods. There have been no exceptions throughout history. Chapter 2384. I'm wanted by many powerful existences right now. Aren't you afraid that I'll bring you trouble if you make me a member of the martial soul lineage? Jianshin asked. He knew that Aoyama would understand what he was implying and the karma involved. With Aoyama's intelligence, he had already learnt Jianshin's true identity when he fought Jianshin. Although our martial soul lineage can't become a grand prime, you can't underestimate us. Although our martial soul lineage only has 7 people, we don't fear any of the experts on the desolate plain aside from the celestial sword saint. No one can threaten us. Even if the peak experts work together, we can defend the martial soul mountain. As long as we stay on the martial soul mountain, even the celestial sword saint won't be able to do anything to us. Let alone the celestial sword saint, even existences slightly more powerful than the celestial sword saint can't enter the martial soul mountain. As a result, in my opinion, you're in dire straits now that you're surrounded by so many peak experts with the Anata Tower. Even if you flee from the desolate plain, they'll search for you endlessly. However, as long as you enter the martial soul mountain, they won't be able to do anything to you, Aoyama swore confidently. He was filled with confidence. Is the martial soul mountain that powerful? Can the celestial sword saint, or even existences even more powerful than the celestial sword saint, stop them? Jianshin was surprised. The celestial sword saint was a powerful existence that even the Azure Pring King dared not set foot on the desolate plain. The martial soul mountain is where our martial soul lineage reside. It's exactly because of the martial soul mountain that our martial soul lineage can exist for all eternity in the saint's world, never facing destruction. The only flaw is that the martial soul mountain can only serve as the final defense of our martial soul lineage, protecting us from extinction. It can't help us conquer the world. Aoyama looked at Jianshin with undisguised admiration and admiration. He continued, I know you hid your identity and entered the Radiant Saint Hall, and you protected Donglin Yen Shui in the trial to enter the Tower of Radiance. Indeed. The Tower of Radiance is a supreme treasure of the Radiant Saint Hall. It was left behind by a sovereign of the world who had reached grand exalt in the history of the Radiant Saint Hall. It contains the great fortune of Radiant Saint Masters. All the cultivation methods and radiant arts in the outside world come from the Tower of Radiant. As a matter of fact, even the knowledge of the leader and vice-leader of the Radiant Saint Hall comes from the Tower of Radiance. The Tower of Radiance is an endless treasure trove to any hallowed Saint Master. It can change their fate. But I have to tell you that the major forces that have gathered in the barren state have already begun searching for your whereabouts through blood tests. Under the joint efforts of the top experts from all over the barren state, no one in the barren state will be able to escape this, no matter who they are. As a result, as long as you remain on the desolate plain, you'll be discovered sooner or later. If you return to the Radiant Saint Hall with Donglin Yen Shui, you'll face the risk of your identity being exposed. Once your identity is exposed, I think you understand what kind of outcome awaits you. Do you have a better way for me to enter the Tower of Radiance? Jianshin remained calm. He had already expected this. Our martial soul lineage is on opposing sides with the Radiant Saint Hall. This is the enmity that has been accumulated from generation to generation. It's irreconcilable now, so I can't help you enter the Tower of Radiance. However, you're the 8th successor of the martial soul lineage. What you should truly grasp is martial soul force and not the cultivation methods in the Tower of Radiance. Although some of the cultivation methods in the Tower of Radiance are extremely powerful, where they can be described as earth-shaking, you're not a regular hallowed Saint Master after all. You're a successor of the martial soul lineage. Even if you obtain the most powerful cultivation method in the Tower of Radiance, you won't be able to break through to Grand Prime. As a result, there's no need for you to take the risk and enter the Tower of Radiance. Leaving with me and returning to the Martial Soul Mountain is the safest and most reliable choice. Aoyama stared at Jianchen with shining eyes as he tried his best to convince him. The martial soul mountain possesses the various cultivation methods and comprehensions passed down by the past seniors of our martial soul lineage. They're the most precious treasures of our martial soul mountain. They can allow you to gain a clearer understanding of martial soul force and grasp how to make it grow. Return to the martial soul mountain with me, and you can use the resources as much as you want. Jianchen was immediately tempted. He had never found a suitable cultivation method to practice his martial soul force, so it remained in its initial state. It was so weak that it was unable to affect any of the divine kings at all. It was not that he had never thought about creating a cultivation method for martial soul force. However, creating a cultivation method required a very long period of time. It was definitely not as simple as just talking about it. He had only experienced an extremely short amount of time ever since he had matured. It had only been a few hundred years, and he had basically spent all that time on increasing his chaotic body and laws of the sword. He did not have any extra time or energy to create a cultivation method for martial soul force. As a result, his martial soul force had always been set aside. It had not improved at all. Now that Aoyama had appeared, Jianchen had finally found an opportunity for his martial soul force to grow. Naturally, he was tempted. However, in the end, he shook his head gently and refused to leave with Aoyama. I hid in the Radiant Saint Hall and spent so much effort just to enter the Tower of Radiance. Now that I'm only a step away from the Tower of Radiance, how can I give up halfway? I won't give up on the Tower of Radiance. Seeing how Jianchen had made up his mind, Aoyama did not try to persuade him any further. He said, I'll teach you a method. When you come to the Martial Soul Mountain, you can use this method to sense the location of the Martial Soul Mountain. Our Martial Soul Mountain is not on the 49 Great Plains or the 81 Great Planet. Instead, it drifts through the endless cosmos. With your strength, it'll be very difficult to find the Martial Soul Mountain without an accurate location. There are very few people in our martial soul lineage. Every addition is a huge matter to us, so I need to let my 6 seniors know about your appearance as soon as possible. As for martial soul force, it's a legacy of a mental imprint. Only the Martial Soul Mountain can accept it, so I can't help you. With that, Aoyama left. He used a special method to rip open the space of the world of moon and star, creating a spatial tunnel and vanishing from there. Chapter 2385. Donglin Yen Shui sat alone in the gloomy cave. She leaned against the wall weakly as she stared at the entrance of the cave. Jianchen's departure left only Donglin Yen Shui in the cave. Injured, she had basically lost the ability to protect herself, so she immediately became nervous and uneasy. She also felt a strong sense of unease. In a daze, Donglin Yen Shui could not help but think about how Jianchen had carried her in his arms as they fled for their lives in the world of moon and star that was filled with danger. Faced with Aoyama's pursuit, the 8 divine king that she relied on the most had abandoned her without any hesitation at all. He fled alone, leaving her all alone. However, Chongyang, who was clearly the weakest, remained by her side the entire time. Even when she had become a burden now, he still did not abandon her, going through life and death with her. Donglin Yen Shui was deeply moved by this. After this matter, Donglin Yen Shui truly understood what kind of person Jianchen was. At this moment, a series of footsteps rang out from outside. Donglin Yen Shui immediately tensed up and called out, "Who is it?" "It's me," Jianchen's voice rang out from outside the cave. With that, he entered the cave. Donglin Yen Shui immediately let out a sigh of relief when she heard Jianchen's voice. She asked, "What's the situation outside?" "It's peaceful." Jianchen sat down where he had been before. The light in his eyes flickered as he said in thought, "The strange mist has scared away all the vicious beasts. Even though the mist has vanished, the vicious beasts are still afraid to return to their territories. As a result, I didn't come across a single vicious beast when I passed by. We've been trapped in the mist for a very long time. Although I don't know exactly how much time has passed, I'm guessing that the 1-year period should be over. The gate to the world of Moon and Star will open again very soon. We just need to wait here quietly. But our greatest threat isn't the vicious beasts. It's Aoyama. Donglin Yen-shui was unable to cheer up at all. She had already given up on searching for radiant origin pearls now. She only wanted to leave this place safely. Aoyama might have already left the world of Moon and Star. After all, so much time has passed. If he doesn't leave now, he'll probably be done for once the gateway opens and the elders of the Radiant Saint Hall pour out, Jianshan said calmly. That's just your guess. And what if Aoyama hasn't left? Chongyang, I think it's safer if we hide further away. Donglin Yenshui was worried. All right then. Let's continue on our way. Jianshan was helpless. In order to avoid Donglin Yenshui's suspicions, he could only continue flying further away with Donglin Yenshui in his arms. Now, Donglin Yenshui was no longer as resistant to Jianshan as before. When Jianshan carried her, she actually experienced a strange feeling. Time passed silently. Unknowingly, a year had passed since the trial of the 5 candidates had ended. Over a dozen elders stood in a row in the sacred hall of the Radiant Saint Hall, with Elder Mu Zhong at the lead. They stood in an imposing manner on the stage. Of course, as a peak organization that stood on the desolate plain, the Radiant Saint Hall definitely possessed more than that. The elders on the stage right now were only a portion of them. Below the stage gathered the lords of the various peaks, as well as a few hallowed saint masters, who were not the divine king but possessed extraordinary statuses. To no surprise, Jianshan's junior sister, Bai Yu, was one of them. A year has finally passed. Senior brother is finally going to emerge from the world of Moon and Star. I wonder what kind of world it is. Once he comes out, I have to ask him properly. Bai Yu stood among the crowd as she stared at Elder Mu Zhong. Her face was filled with eagerness and slight excitement. I now announce that the 1-year trial of the world of Moon and Star has officially ended. Of the 5 candidates who participated in the trial, which 3 will be eliminated will be decided by the radiant origin pearls they obtain. Now, open the gateway to the world of Moon and Star. With Elder Mu Zhong's call, the ancient seal in his hand immediately pulsed with powerful energy. He swung it at the sky, and the space there immediately pulsed. It twisted and formed a gateway. The gateway to the world of Moon and Star has already been opened. Why haven't the candidates returned yet? Elder Mu Zhong called out. His old voice boomed through the gateway, echoing through the world of Moon and Star and echoing through 1,000,000 kilometers. Elder Mu Zhong was the most senior elder in the Radiant Saint Hall. Not only was he respected, but he was also one of the 3 most powerful people among the elders. He was equivalent to a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime among fighters. His status was only second to the 8 vice leaders. With the opening of the gateway, all the radiant god kings gathered below the stage looked towards the gateway in the sky as they discussed among themselves. It's finally over. I just wonder which 2 out of the 5 candidates, Jianshan, Xianbin, Shide, Ande, and Donglin Yenshui, will advance to the next round and compete for the position of chosen saint. Does it even need to be said? It'll definitely be Jianshan and Xianbin. After all, the 2 of them reached late 4-colored soul core first out of the 5 candidates. That's not necessarily the case. Although Jianshan and Xianbin were the first to reach late 4-colored soul core, Ande and Shide aren't weak either. They also have late 4-colored soul cores. How can you forget about Donglin Yenshui? Don't forget that Donglin Yenshui's strength soared in the last 2 years. She basically broke through a minor level of cultivation every year. In just 2 short years, she went from early 4-colored soul core to late 4-colored soul core. That's completely unreasonable. Donglin Yenshui's sudden increase in strength is probably due to some external help. Her foundation is nowhere near as solid as Jianshan and Xian Bin's. The two of them can't be compared. Don't forget that there's still Chong Yang by Donglin Yenshua's side. Although Chong Yang's cultivation is low, he's a subordinate of vice leader Xianzhan. Who knows what trump cards he's hiding? If he assists Donglin Yenshue with his full strength, who knows who among the 5 candidates will be able to achieve an outstanding result in the first round. As they waited silently, the many radiant God Kings began an intense discussion around the 5 candidates. The dozen or so temple elders in the arena also turned their gazes towards the world of Moon and Star's realm gate with anticipation. Time passed second by second. The gate to the world of Moon and Star opened wide, but unexpectedly, no one came out from inside. Something's wrong. Elder Mu Zhong frowned. His old eyes shone with light as he stared fixedly at the gate of the world of Moon and Star. Such an abnormal scene made him feel uneasy. Elder Lu Shui, Elder Xiafeng, the two of you enter the world of Moon and Star quickly to check on the situation. Elder Mu Zhong called out to the 2 elders beside him. Immediately, the 2 elders flew into the air. The laws of the hallowed descended, and with a flash they vanished into the gateway. At this moment, the peak masters gathered around the arena seemed to have realized that something was wrong. They all became quiet and stared at the world of Moon and Star's world gate without blinking. Very soon, Elder Lu Shui and Elder Xiafeng returned. The 2 of them landed on the ring with ugly expressions and said with a heavy voice, "This is bad. We can't sense Elder He Tian's presence, and we've found traces of battle and blood from Elder He Tian nearby. Elder He Tian is most likely dead." Chapter 2386. Elder Mu Zhong was not the only one. Even the other elders on the stage had lost their usual indifference at this moment. All of their faces had become extremely ugly, and their faces were filled with graveness. "That's impossible. We've already cleared out all the vicious beasts in the world of Moon and Star. We've slain all the primordial realm vicious beasts, leaving behind only a few existences at the level of the Divine King. It's impossible for these vicious beasts to pose a threat to He Tian, that's right. It's impossible for the vicious beasts in the world of Moon and Star to pose a threat to He Tian. Even if a vicious beast breaks through and reaches the primordial realm, it's impossible for them to be He Tian's opponent. What has happened in the world of Moon and Star? Why haven't we received any messages from Elder He Tian? Has something happened in the world of Moon and Star such that even Elder He Tian was unable to contact us in time? Oh no, the 5 candidates are still in the world of Moon and Star." In the arena, many elders shouted one after another. Their expressions changed rapidly and became extremely solemn. They had a bad premonition in their hearts. "All elders, enter the world of Moon and Star. Even if you have to dig deep, you have to find out what has happened. Search the entire world of Moon and Star. You have to find the candidates participating in the trial. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Go." Elder Mu Zhong bellowed out. His face was ashen, and he had basically flown into a rage. The chosen saint of the Radiant Saint Hall was chosen once every 1,000 years. This was an ancient tradition that had lasted for countless years. Now that all the candidates had entered the world of Moon and Star to undergo the trial, the final chosen saint would be chosen. If the 5 of them all met with misfortune in the world of Moon and Star, would that not mean that the Radiant Saint Hall would not have a chosen saint this time? Although this would not affect the Radiant Saint Hall's strength at all, the Radiant Saint Hall was a famed peak organization on the desolate plain after all. If they really ended up in an awkward situation where they did not have a chosen saint, it would be an extremely humiliating matter for the Radiant Saint Hall. Immediately, apart from Elder Mu Zhong, all the elders on the stage entered the world of Moon and Star. The huge square immediately fell silent. All the Divine King gathered here realized that something unexpected had probably happened in the world of Moon and Star this time. They all stood below the ring and waited silently. The atmosphere was rather oppressive. Before long, 2 elders flew out from the gateway of the world of moon and star. One of them held a bloody corpse in his hand. They carefully placed the body on the stage and said with grief and indignation, "Elder He-Tion has fallen." The corpse was none other than Elder He-Tion, who had guarded the world of moon and star as the final line of defense for the 5 candidates participating in the trial. Oh no! Elder Mu Zhong's heart sank when he saw Elder He-Tion's body. His old face became extremely stern, and he immediately sent a strand of his soul into the depths of the sacred hall. Very soon, several temple elders flew out from within and landed on the stage. The elders wore black clothes. Their faces were cold, and their eyes shone with cold light. They were the upper echelon of the disciplinary hall and disciplinary hall. It's martial soul force. Elder He-Tion has been killed by someone from the martial soul lineage. From the wounds, it's probably Aoyama from the martial soul lineage. Out of the 7 people from the martial soul lineage, only Aoyama could fight against He-Tion for so long before killing him. The upper echelon of the disciplinary hall and disciplinary hall said emotionlessly. Their voices were cold, and their eyes shone with heavy killing intent. Another elder of our Radiant Saint Hall has died to Aoyama's hands. "Let's go and investigate the world of moon and star carefully," said an elder of the disciplinary hall sternly. "Aoyama has committed heinous crimes. We can't spare him." The elders of the disciplinary hall and disciplinary hall also entered the world of moon and star as their killing intent surged. It was also at this moment that elders constantly entered and exited the world of moon and star, bringing out corpses one after another. These corpses all belonged to the Divine King of Light. He was one of the protectors of the 5 candidates, and they had all died to Aoyama's hands. The corpses were originally scattered across the world of moon and star, but under the personal search of the elders of the Radiant Saint Hall, they found them one by one. Elder Mu Zhong's face became even more sunken as he watched more and more corpses pile up on the stage. Fury and terrifying killing intent surged in his heart. Giant Shin is dead. At this moment, another elder flew out of the world gate with a corpse. He was heavy-hearted. To no surprise, the corpse belonged to one of the 5 candidates, Giant Shin. Heavens, it's actually Giant Shin. Giant Shin is actually dead. The news of Giant Shin's death immediately caused an uproar below the stage. "Senior brother, you have to be safe. You have to come back alive." Bai Yu paled in the crowd. She clenched her fists tightly as she prayed inside. She was filled with worry. Everyone could tell that something huge had happened to the world of moon and star this time. Even she could not guarantee that her senior brother would make it out alive. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings. 2 figures appeared silently on the stage. They were Xian Zhan and Mo He of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall. Greetings to the vice leaders. Their appearance immediately caused all the Radiant God Kings below to bow. Even Elder Mu Zhong did the same as everyone else, bowing. Xian Zhan and Mo He stared at the corpses on the stage without blinking at all. Their faces were sunken. The vice leaders were supreme figures in the Radiant Saint Hall. They rarely showed themselves. Even something as important as the selection of the chosen saint was completely left to the elders. The vice leaders would not interfere personally. At most, they would observe from behind the scenes. But now, with so many guardians dying, as well as the prospective saint's death, even the high and mighty vice palace master was alarmed. At this moment, many elders radiated with powerful presences in the world of moon and star. They flew through the air with lightning-like speed. Powerful senses of the soul pierced through the sky and ground, sweeping through the entire world of moon and star. All the ferocious beasts that lived in the world of moon and star, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, were all cowering in their own caves, trembling in fear. Chapter 2387. Now, Donglin Yen Shui had gradually calmed down from her initial uneasiness. Aoyama had not found her after all this time, so she firmly believed that Aoyama had already left. She firmly believed that she could leave this place alive. Changyang, how much longer until the 1-year period ends? Donglin Yen Shui asked gently. Jianshan had always been by her side during the year of hardship. He had truly gone through life and death with her, which made Donglin Yen Shui develop a special feeling for Jianshan. As a matter of fact, she even developed a slight reliance on him. It should be soon, Jianshan said leisurely. He remained composed the entire time. This was something he showed naturally. However, he had no idea that the presence he had unconsciously displayed had instead established a great figure in Donglin Yen Shui's heart. At this moment, the cave where Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui hid suddenly shook violently. The thick layer of soil above them was suddenly blown away by a powerful force. Powerful radiant saint force shone with extremely bright light, causing the gloomy cave to become as bright as day in a single instance. High up in the sky, a middle-aged woman wearing a white robe was floating in the air, looking down from a high vantage point. Even though she was currently high and mighty, she did not reveal the slightest trace of arrogance. Instead, her gaze was tightly fixed on the ground below, and she clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Master! Donglin Yen Shui raised her head instinctively. When she saw the middle-aged woman hovering in the sky, she immediately became excited. She cried out and wanted to stand up. However, she had yet to recover from her wounds, so she had already lost the ability to move. Not only did she fail to stand up, but she even staggered and almost fell over. Fortunately, Jianshan reacted quickly and caught her in time. The middle-aged woman was one of the elders of the Radiant Saint Hall, as well as Donglin Yen Shui's master, Mu Shui. With a flash, Mu Shui appeared before Donglin Yen Shui in a single instance. She was unable to contain her excitement as she said in joy, "It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive." I thought, as if Donglin Yen Shui had found her only support, she hugged Mu Shui tightly and said with a sobbing voice, "Master, Aoyama of the martial soul lineage appeared soon after we entered the world of moon and star. He hunted us down, so I thought I would never see you again." "I know. Yen Shui, you don't have to be afraid now. We've already sent many elders into the world of moon and star. They're searching for Aoyama everywhere. Once we find Aoyama, he'll definitely die," Mu Shui said softly. Mu Shui said gently, but Jianshan could clearly hear the heavy killing intent in her voice. Clearly, this was killing intent targeted towards Aoyama. Not only had Aoyama ruined the once-in-a-millennium selection of chosen saint of the Radiant Saint Hall when he barged into the world of moon and star this time, he had even caused heavy casualties to the 5 candidates. This had already infuriated the Radiant Saint Hall. "Let's go. You're heavily injured, but you'll recover very quickly once we return to the Sacred Hall," Mu Shui said to Donglin Yen Shui. Afterwards, she glanced at the silent Jianshan who stood to one side. She became slightly friendlier. "Changyang, thank you for taking care of Yen Shui during these birthdays." Afterwards, Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui left the world of moon and star under Mu Shui's lead, returning to the Radiant Saint Hall. Many corpses had already piled up on the huge stage in the Radiant Saint Hall. Not only were there over 30 Divine King corpses, but there were even 3 corpses of candidate. Out of the 5 candidates, Jianshan, Shide, and Endo were completely dead. Only Donglin Yen Shui and Xian Bin's fates remained unknown. At this moment, the atmosphere in the huge Radiant Saint Hall was extremely stifling. Even the 2 vice leaders, Xian Zhan and Mo He, had pale white faces. At this moment, another elder flew out of the world of moon and star with a corpse. He gently placed the corpse on the stage and said with a pained expression, "Xian Bin is dead as well." Xian Zhan and Mo He's gazes sharpened at that moment. At that moment, everyone could clearly sense a terrifying killing intent that could devastate the world brew within the 2 vice leaders. However, Elder Mu Zhong's face became extremely sorrowful. He murmured in a daze, 4 of the 5 candidates have already died. It looks like something has happened to Donglin Yen Shui as well. Is our Radiant Saint Hall really going to be without a chosen saint this time? No, not all of the 5 candidates are dead. At this moment, a voice rang out from the gateway. The elder Mu Shui flew out. Beside her were Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui, who were surrounded by Radiant Saint Force. Yen Shui is still alive. Mu Shui directly arrived on the stage with Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui. The Radiant Saint Force dispersed, and Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui were immediately exposed before everyone. As soon as he saw Donglin Yen Shui, Elder Mu Zhong's despair-filled eyes immediately lit up with a wondrous light again. Even Vice Hall Master Xianzhan and Mo He's expressions softened a little. Clearly, in their eyes, the loss of the Divine King was nowhere near as valuable as a candidate. After all, once the Radiant Saint Hall lost a chosen saint, the ancient tradition that had lasted for countless years would be broken in this generation. The loss of face to the Radiant Saint Hall would be immeasurable. Before long, the elders found the second group of survivors after Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui. They were the 3 Divine King of Radiant Saint Hall. They hid extremely far away in the world of Moon and Star, so they managed to avoid the disaster. Of course, the 3 of them only managed to survive because Aoyama had purposefully spared them. He wanted to reduce the suspicion towards Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui's survival. Afterwards, the world of Moon and Star was completely handed over to the experts of the Disciplinary Hall and Disciplinary Hall to investigate. They wanted to find how Aoyama had entered the world of Moon and Star. As for Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui, as well as the 3 other Divine King of Radiant Saint Hall, elders personally went to find them to understand the situation.